Oh no, we're starting on a skin chest. This is going to be good fun. Hello. Apologies for the late start. Tech issues. What can I say? What more can I say? It happens. It happens. We do the best we can do to avoid them, but look, occasionally things go a little bit haywire. But we are here, and that's what matters. Place your units, follow the link in chat, log in with your Twitch account, drag and drop your units to the battlefield. Welcome back to my garrison. It is Mount Farm Monday, and I have one more garrison mount to get, and I've got 110 attempts on it, and I'm not very happy about that. This is a 1 in 50 chance, and we're over double now, which feels gross. Yeah, so for me, with mount chances, it's like if you get it under the like number of attempts that it prescribes kind of thing, it's like, oh yay, that's nice. But I usually expect to get it between, like if it's 50, I expect to get it between 50 and 100. I don't know, it's just this is the way my brain works. So now that we're like quite deep into the unlucky territory, it's yeah, not nice. It's not nice. But hopefully it'll drop today. Hopefully it'll drop today. Is there anyone who has an invasion queued up that they would like my help with? Otherwise, I'm happy to go and farm one up myself. Zam, well done on first, Dupe with second, Seeker with third, Meeb with last, Shiba with Shiba, Mike with fourth. Hello, Shiba. It is me, Dupe. At least I hope it's me. At least I hope it's me. Hi, Zam. Thank you very much for the biddies, Dupe. Much appreciated. Mount Farm indeed, wildly. Woot, woot. Woot, woot. Alright. Let me grab... Oh, you're joking. No, we're good. We're fine. Everything's fine. I forgot that I spent all my stuff on herbs this week. Strange Fury Cliffs. Let's do it. And then as people filter in, if they have their own invasions locked and loaded, ready to go, I will be more than happy to jump in and do our bestest to get a mount. But otherwise we can just continue to farm them. Oh, you got me. So have you've got one locked and loaded? Brilliant. I can do this later. That's fine. Okie dokie. Well, I am on Fiamma, so that is me. And then we'll just see how we go for the rest of them. I'm so used to putting forth after an exclamation point is now the default auto-suggest. Oh my god. See, like, on the one hand, I am so sorry. And on the other hand, I am, like, just so psyched that you're here so regularly that that's, like, a thing. That just, oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. That's amazing. I am impressed. This tune is named Fiamma. What a coincidence! I have 2 tunes named Fiamma. In fact. Ready. Mine is raid, wonderful. Let's get a third. Indeed, is there anyone who would like to join us? We are on Horde side at the moment. Unfortunately, Garrison Invasions are faction-locked content. But we have space for a third. Who is missing a Garrison mount and would like a chance at grabbing one? I'll be hanging around stream regularly again now. Yay, in time and a half to myself. Thinking a bit crazy without some socialization. Absolutely. Absolutely. Is there anyone out there who'd like to join us? You don't need to be 70. You don't even need to be 60. I don't remember what level you actually have to be, but I think it's like 40 or something. I mean, these guys are 40, so yeah. I would imagine 40. You don't have to have your own garrison to join somebody else's either. You've just got to kind of like view leader's garrison and go from there. Maybe too early in the night to have a third available and willing. I do believe that last week my first one was with just the two of us as well. So it does make sense. I'm not sure you're gonna have people looking for several expansion old content. I mean, maybe you might be better off like posting in like a mount hunting Discord or something like that, but at the same time, because this stuff is technically soloable, some of them won't allow you to post it either. Never know. You don't know, but it is still pretty easy for us to do just the two of us. And if we can rip through them as fast as we can, better chance of us all getting them out. Hello Erica, welcome back. Content is more solo these days. It is, but this gives us more of a chance to get an additional person amount. Is more like instead of having two people having 2 chances each, we could have 3 people having 2 chances each, which is, you know, sharing the love and stuff like that. So I can definitely understand the desire to get as many people as possible their collectibles. But yeah, we are a fairly niche community sometimes. Sometimes it's great, sometimes we have a ton of people who are doing the same kind of stuff, and then other times it's like, why are you doing garrison stuff? It's like, well, well. Oh, excuse me. People like garrisons. You're speaking to the wrong community for that. A lot of us here actually really did like garrisons. Like, a lot of us. In fact, I would almost go so far as to say most of us in this community enjoyed our garrisons. So, yeah. Oh no, even back in Warlords, I loved my garrison. The common thread of it feels like, you know, it's isolating and I don't have people, like there aren't people there, it doesn't feel good as a capital city, all that kind of stuff. Like, none of those applied to me. None of them. I absolutely loved having my own little private place that I could do what I needed to do in. I logged onto all my tunes every day and did the herb garden and the mine shaft thing and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people from this community, if they played in Warlords, did the same. We all very much enjoyed this content. We just weren't lucky with the drops. Garrisons are pretty awesome. I agree. Sometimes okay, upgrading was a grind. I mean, yeah, but like, so are most games of this genre? Question mark. I enjoyed that. I didn't want to just have everything handed to me. I liked that I had to put in the work, and that's, you know, how things actually work in the real world. You gotta, you know, order the resources, you gotta wait for them to arrive, and then place the order for something to be built, and then you gotta wait for the people to do the work, and yeah, I enjoyed that. But again, personal preferences. All I'm saying is that if you're saying no one liked garrisons, well, not many people liked garrisons. Statistically, this community is very, very different from that. But again, like, then again, this community, statistically, tends to play this MMO as a mostly single-player game. The Garrison was the epitome of that. It was your single-player place to hang out. It had a bunch of collectibles, and it had, like, the peace and quiet of, you know, no fucking trade channel, and all that kind of stuff. It suited our playstyle. Class auto hauls were meh to me. I agree. The class auto hauls didn't. I mean, I did all of the. I unlocked all of them across the 12 classes and all that kind of stuff. And got my achievement, a legendary campaign. But beyond that, it just. There wasn't enough there to kind of keep me coming back. All of the, like, all the collectibles and the that kind of stuff, any of it that had a basis in the class order hall, it wasn't actually based in the class order hall. You just had to pick up the quest there and then go do that, or like do that all around the world instead. So nothing really kept you at the order hall, whereas there was plenty that kept you in your garrison. And some people didn't like it for that very reason. But I did. I'm not upset that it doesn't exist anymore, like in terms of current content. I understand why they moved away from that model. The complaints were valid that it didn't feel like an MMO because, you know, you were encouraged to do a whole lot of stuff in your own private little hut kind of thing. And, you know, they're trying to encourage the multiplayer aspect of the game, get people involved in each other, build communities and things like that. So I can understand why they moved away from that model. But I did enjoy it while it was here. And I loved the story. Yeah, the questing, like the leveling experience in Legion was just absolutely incredible. Second only to Dragonflight now, in my opinion, but again, my opinion. It's an agreement. Wonderful. Glad to hear it, Jeff. Who has jumped on to G Round and made their account? And who has playtested something? Who has explored a new unreleased game? Garrison was more like co-op. No. The Garrison was very specifically designed as a single player experience. Except for the invasion, but the invasions were only like a very small part of in my opinion, the Garrison invasions were a very, very small part. And you could still do them solo, you just wouldn't get a gold or a platinum. You'd just get like maybe bronze. But you could still do it. Interesting. Why do you feel that the garrisons were co-op? Out of curiosity. People are overrated sometimes. Sometimes though, people are amazing and magical and wonderful. Exhibit A, this bloody community. Will rock. Invite people to your garrison. Yeah, but that's like, it wasn't necessary at all. That wasn't part of the gameplay. It was just that you could. Like, co-op implies that you're cooperating with somebody. That's what it's short for, like cooperation. And so it means that you're working together to achieve something. And when you visited a garrison, if you visited somebody else's garrison, you couldn't do anything. I mean, you could fish in their water, but nothing much would come up different that wasn't already coming up in your own garrison. You could visit their pet menagerie if your pet menagerie wasn't as leveled as theirs, and you could help them with an invasion, but everything else was just there for decoration. Like, I can't do anything with any of these buildings. This isn't my garrison, so I can't do anything. I felt like that. Right, okay, fair enough. Each their own, I guess. Absolutely. Absolutely. First done. They're up over 2k points. Just with 2 people ain't bad. Remember when I first triggered the garrison invasion, thought, oh, better not do that again? Yeah. That's funny. Now we want them because we want the damn mounts. Once the mount drops, off we go to Rookmar. Very exciting. Oh! Well, I got a boss. Alrighty, let's summon this boss. That's okay. Alrighty. Thank you very much for the invasion. When we go to the next one, almost failed my first invasion, horrible times. They, I'm pretty sure the first ones are supposed to be almost failed, like you're only just meant to get it done, and then part of the quest stuff is like, whoa, well, next time it happens, like we're bound to get more attention here, next time you have an invasion, get your friends to help you out, like it was supposed to encourage you to get the 3-person group to do it. But, like, it certainly doesn't feel like that while you're doing it, does it? Certainly does not. Alrighty, on to the next character. Does anybody have an invasion? Says hi. Hello, Launcher Tab. I'm Fia. Nice to meet you. Does anybody have an invasion they would like some assistance with? It's been 2 years. How bananas is that? I feel like I've got lipstick all over my eyeliners. And I do. This is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. This color gets absolutely... This particular lipstick gets everywhere. As a... Okay. CBF. Alright. Does anybody have an invasion locked and loaded? Otherwise, I would be happy to go and grab one myself.
Sub.
Love that it gives like 51 experience. course. Not a worry. Is there anyone else out there who would like to jump into a garrison invasion with us? I would much prefer to do them as 3s, just because there's a chance that we can get more members of the community their mounts. We post in Discord. Request. My friend list is full, so I'll have to do a clean out to be able to add people. That's why we drop like character names and stuff in chat, character name and server, so we can whisper and invite people through that way. Yes. On to the next mount, right? Absolutely. Go. I've popped a post in the Warcraft channel. Hopefully folk will come and say hi, hello. My alliance tunes are on a month. So I'm a bit confused. Are you saying that curing is your character name, or? Right, okay, gotcha. So usually what you need to do is pop in your character name and then a hyphen and then the server name, but the server name needs to have like any apostrophes or dashes or whatever like that in it as well. So that people can like copy and paste it and shoot you a whisper or send you an invite or whatever like that. Just makes it easier for everyone. Smack. Should be able to knock up a completed one fairly quickly. As long as the res are up. Maybe the res aren't up. That's fine. Didn't know like I needed them anyway. That's a lap. Alright. Its garrison level? Oh, wouldn't that be good? I wonder, I'm guessing Alcoholic doesn't? Like, expansion features, Warlords of Draenor, Draenor Garrison. Well, there you go. Does that... That's the character level. Level 40 followers, rare, like... So that's all just your followers in the garrison, not the level of the garrison itself. That's unfortunate. A ton for Shadowlands, but yeah. Bugger! Bugger. Let's join back to eat dinner. No, of course! Hello, Oz. Not a worry at all. Not a worry at all. I hope you enjoy your time together, and we'll see you whenever you're able to join us again. awesome. I think that will be Wildly inviting you. What I might do, Wildly, give me a minute to finish this one up, and then I'll switch on to the next tune, come and do yours, and then switch back to this tune and do this one. Just like knock them out. Because I'm already so close to getting it done. I feel like I might as well finish it off. But of course I'm not going to have to come back and do this one because the mount's going to drop in it. It's going to drop and we'll be fine. Everything will be great and awesome.
Let me confer with my sources. No.
Zamnist, I swear. Actually, I have a job for you, Zam. We need a yes one. We have Snarky Khadgar saying no. We need someone saying yes. We need, like, an opposing... What's it? And I cannot, off the top of my head, think of any, like... yes, sound clips, sound bites. Because I am sick of y'all's pessimism. There we go. Look. Words hard. Done. Alright. I'm gonna head back. I'm gonna switch to the next tune and jump in with Wildly. Yeah, the Overshah says yes during his spawn. Yeah, that could work, I guess. Just have to clip it down. Because all of the Shah's, like, voice Watsits are so long. I thought I did this one's transmog. Here's a character saying yes though. Yeah, but like as humorously as Khadgar saying no. That's the problem. That's the problem. Trifling gnome. That's it. All right. So I am on that one. Thank you. Go, and I think non-zero popped in their username stuff. Yep, I can't help you. You need to speak to Wildly. So Wildly, non-zero's put their character name and stuff in chat earlier. So you can grab that and send them out. Perfect, amazing. And then make sure you're in your garrison, right-click your portrait, right-click your health bar, select view leader's garrison, and then we can kick off the invasion. Awesome. Let's kick it off. Oh, no, I'm in the wrong spec again. Oh well. Alrighty, Nikke, Zam, Meben, No Matter, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Done. Onwards we go. Bang, rogue. Wonderful. I might switch to sub as well, just so I can explode. New skin, yay, Sam! Well done. Congratulations. Oh, the hype indeed, Nikke. Baby tune da 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 da, baby tune na 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 na. Oh, Fallon. Oh dear. Well, hopefully you get freedom soon. So like this song absolutely could be a lot worse, hey? This map for myself, I think. So I've just been map farming for a while. You should. Maybe the like the luck has built up over the time you haven't been doing it. Maybe. Unlikely, but we can dream. You'll come home with me one day, maybe this day. Maybe this day. Make sure you pop on your Fiamma merch first. Double your luck. Watching Fear stream on a Mount Farm Monday, wearing Fear merch. That's the go. Going for luck. Hyphen, isn't it? It is. Go. Hello, Tribe. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Myself, I certainly am. I will be doing much better when the final remaining invasion mount drops. Let me tell you. What happens soon? I feel the luck in the air. Maybe that's your own luck you're feeling, Sheeps. Fingers crossed though, I'm at 112 attempts. Like, you know, come on. Do I have a... I don't think I have a boss item. I don't have a boss item on this tune. But, I mean, maybe one will drop. Willy. Can't hide from me. Just ticked over into platinum. And the year is over. And you wanted, I think you'll like it. Brilliant. Brilliant. I mean, someone still has to redeem for it, but brilliant. Okay, there you go. What did I say about getting a boss item drop? That was a shared item. All right, here we go. Boss time. Oh no, wait. Someone else already did one, I guess, so I won't do mine. Perfect. I mean, that was the one I had, but I'm guessing someone else had one too. Perfect. Okay. Go back to my garrison and start up my one. Some powers, yeah, baby. See more of the M Bison one. Okie dokie. Let's give this a try. Okay.
What you want? Be seeing ya.
Strength.
We have an invasion. Which character am I on? That's the one. Who would like to join me for a garrison invasion? Don't count. Put in okie dokie. And we have one remaining spot. We've crossed over into the 90%. Look at this. Look at rarity. 90% chance to have seen it drop already. Bastards. We have one spot remaining for this garrison invasion. If you do not have all 4 of the mounts that can drop, why not come join us? This is a horde one. They are faction locked, unfortunately. No one interested in the third. How do you join? Just let me know your. Well, I've dropped my character name and server a few messages above you. You can send me a whisper in game, and I can invite you. And then you'll head on out to your garrison, or where your garrison would be if your toon doesn't have a garrison. And then you can right-click on your portrait and say View Leader's Garrison, which will phase you into my zone, and then we can press go. No, you don't need to post your name. You can copy and paste mine from a couple messages above you. /W and then paste, and then hi or hello or whatever. Just shoot me a message so that I can invite you. You know how I took 92 attempts to Black War Mammoth? Well, I did 3 more runs to transmog the down mount. Dropped again now that I have it. Always the way. Always the way. It feels so gross, doesn't it, Wild? So gross. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? I'm trying to recruit you about your garrison's extended warranty. Oh dear. Oh dear. So, still looking for a third. Haven't gotten a whisper from anybody just yet. So, we have our third slot open. I can join from Dewey. You absolutely can. This shit is region-wide. Nothing is server-specific anymore, except, like, guilds. You need to be Horde. You need to be Oceanic North America. And you need to whisper me. Don't whisper me, then maybe your Alliance. No, battle groups aren't a thing. None. They have not been a thing for years and years and years. Possibly even a decade at this point. You need to make sure you grab the entire thing, Phelan-Sourfang, the whole thing, otherwise you can't whisper cross-server. Don't just type it in, because if there's a typo in there somewhere, it won't send. You need to copy and paste the whole thing, /W space paste, and then hit space, and it'll change the little purple thing that says to Phelan-Sourfang, and then type your message. You went too far up. I did this. This is why I said, like, literally, it was like 2 messages above yours. You scrolled too far. Does war mode stop it working? I don't believe so. I've not tried. But war mode shouldn't prevent you from whispering someone, Rise. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. There we go. It doesn't matter in Garrison if I remember correctly. Interesting. There you go. I guess, is it a sanctuary location? Is that why, maybe? No, it's not a sanctuary, because people can, like... You phase out if you try to go near the opposite faction, so... interesting. I've never tested it. Right. So once you're at Garrison, you need to right-click your profile, your whatever, and select... view leaders garrison. I can't do it because I'm the leader of this group, but in your drop down it'll have view leaders garrison. And then we can get going. Okay, what are we blaming a mod for? Who are we blaming, and what are we blaming them for? Fair enough. Out of Pandaland, World Boss Prison yet? Oh yeah, I've got all 4 of them. That's why we're down onto the next ones on the list, which are the garrison ones. And then it'll be off to Rugma. Nalax doesn't exist. Can confirm Nalax Mountain does exist, because it dropped for me. Do a Spirehawk. Nice, well done. That'll be the next one. That'll be the next one. We have a raid. Like, Nalak is a pain. Not only is Nalak a pain because of the random spawn, there's no warning that he's spawning in like there is with Shah. Like the jets of crap. There's no warning. He just appears, and he's so far up that like if you're not perfectly placed, melee classes like can't hit it. It's there's a few. Nalak is a bit of a pain for a few reasons, but thankfully I don't have to deal with that anymore. Yay! Evokers can't hit it. I had no issue with my evokers. I had to bounce around a bit, but I got there. Just a touch. Fair enough. Yeah, oh well. Look, you get there. I mean, I've got 60 tunes, so like... can always be picky about what I farm on. But that's, I worked my butt off for that army. I deserve a couple privileges, I reckon. Privileges of my own making, of course. I'm not expecting Blizzard to hand me shit just because I did all the leveling. But it definitely helps having a few options to play around with. Maybe your evoker was taller. I wonder if that has anything to... I mean, both of my evokers are female. But I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Land mounts have low percentage even with the percentage goes up. Yes, well, most drop mounts have low percentages, that's the whole point. They're supposed to be rare. Well done, Seeker, Zam, and Erica winning the raid. Erica's not a mod. If you want to join the invasion after this one, get your tunes queued up. Get them, make sure they're in the garrison. Let's set them up ready to go. Let's smash out as many of these invasions as we can and try to get the whole community like a bunch of mounts. It'd be awesome. I know we had a couple drop last week. I'm hoping we get a few drop this week as well. Faster we can get them going, faster, the more we can get through, and the more potential mounts we get for the whole community. Get achievements go. Oh, there's no achievements left. Like, no, vast majority of people, if you played through WOD, you'll have all the achievements. But they were quite easy. There was only like 1 or 2 maybe that you had to really focus on to get for the garrison invasions. But they still weren't difficult. Just more annoying than anything else. But I never did achievements in WOD. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, the invasion ones were like get bronze, get silver, get gold, get platinum, do an invasion with 3 people. So like if you didn't do that, that's like, yeah. The only way you wouldn't have gotten those is by literally just not doing whole ass sections of the expansion. So ease. Alrighty. Let's go.
Blood and thunder. Go forth to victory.
Small detail of when you go. Fly away, yep. Squeeze. Yeah, Sam. Goodness gracious me. Thing. I mean, fair. I wasn't expecting you to drop the channel points on it, but that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Zam, DW, Neke, and No Mana, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Alright, what am I? Assists via buffing. Do that. Oh, crap. Oh, okay, we're done. No mounts. Oh well. Thank you for joining me in my garrison. On to the next tune. God. Anyone got one I can join? Mickey Wolf. Ah, congrats, Wild. Well done. Well done. Right. Organizing shit. Okay, alrighty. Does anybody have a garrison invasion, locked and loaded, that I could assist with? Hold up. Those attempts aren't right. Because I was at 110, and then I did Fear's one, and then I did them on Alexia, and then I just did them on Phelan. And it didn't go up. That should be 116, right? Yeah. Not better, but look, it's accurate now. Let's do another one. Amazing. Which is this tune? Perfect. I am on. There we go. Whispering Me won't help you because I won't be the leader of this group. But we will be looking for a third. So if you'd like to join us for this invasion, you can either... you can drop your character name and server in chat like I did, and Wildly can send you an invitation. What time is it there, if you don't mind me asking? 5:26 p.m. on Monday. Brisbane time. Dracoon is a pretty mount. I like the shape of its wings. Oh, goodness. Ah, brilliant. Well done. I do have a third for the garrison invasion. Does not look like we have a third. Looking over. Right, okay. Do you want to drop your character name and server in chat? so that Wildly can send you a quick invite so we can get this going once you get in. Perfect. Thanks so much for that. Dun. Oh, goodness. I am sleepy. Oh Lord, yes. Street of an increasingly best kingdom. My garrison front overwhelming. What buildings would be best to start with? Nope. I always forget. Singular? Singular. There you go. That there is Drizzling Rose's guide to garrison gold making. That's what I use to set mine up. I don't use the tailoring huts anymore. I just do the inscription side of things. But that's that is what I'd recommend referring to as you work your way through the garrison. The flowchart is a lot. It's very, very, very big. It's very verbose. Drizzling Rose likes to write paragraphs, but all the information you need is there. There are no questions that are left to ask. If you read a whole box, like read it properly, not just skim it, read it, implement it, move on to the next one, read it, implement it, move on to the next one, you will find yourself with a perfectly functional garrison within days. Days because it takes time for the resources and stuff to build up, but yeah, there's no, like, it does not leave any questions unanswered and stuff like that, so you should be golden with nothing but the guide. Is that from the link? I'm sorry, is what from what link? Stuff. I still don't understand the question. Is that from the link? Is what from which link? Sorry, I know, like, there's a lot of things in chat that tend to go over my head because I've missed something or something like that, and so I do try to ask for a bit more context sometimes, but I try to figure it out on myself, but sometimes it doesn't quite work. Need a bit more context. The garrison stuff you just talked about. Like, yes, I was describing the flowchart that is at the link. Yes, it's very verbose. There's a lot to it, but you got to read it, like, properly. Read it. Don't skim it. Actually read it. And yeah, you'll be good to go. Yeah, it's a really good guide. That's what I use to get my Brutosaur. There have been a few nerfs since then. It's not quite as profitable as it used to be, but it is still quite profitable for very little to no effort. Obviously, you're going to make more money selling Mythic Plus carries or whatever, but not everyone is able to do that. And this is a gold making method that literally anybody can use. And it takes very, very little time investment, which is why I like it. The more you put in, the more you'll get out. And of course, the more ults you have, the more gold you'll make. I'm running it on all 60 of my characters. Ugh. This person overwhelmed if someone had to make a flow chart. Well, she didn't have to. If she wanted to, she wanted to, like... Garrisons are pretty straightforward. Like, pick a building, build the building, kind of go from there. But if you're looking to complete something very specific, then yeah, you'd have to do research. Like, that's all it is. The only reason that there's a whole ass flowchart is because Rose wanted to put together a very specific, this is how you get the maximum amount of gold. It's kind of like, you know, you can go into a Mythic Plus dungeon and you can kill the stuff, but you may not make the timer. You might have a few wipes on bosses, that kind of thing. And so someone will make a video guide showing you exactly which mobs to pull and how to do each of the bosses on all the different difficulties and how to dodge the different mechanics so that you can do it more efficiently. Like, anyone can just walk in and start a garrison, but if you want to maximize it for a particular task, you need to put the effort in, you need to do the research. Luckily, Rose has done the research for most people. Hello, Pyro. Welcome back, hope you're doing well. Hello, Berry, welcome back to you too. Hope you're doing well. All cozy in your blanket there. I figured out on my own. Me too. Me too, Lyra. I'm, yeah. I don't have the time to do the research myself, unfortunately. Like, I knew there were a few bits and pieces and I knew roughly how it worked, but, yeah, no, for sure. Definitely helps when someone's, like, drilled it down into fairly simple to follow. What's he dover? A new beanie, wonderful. Amazing. Ugh. I really hope this drops soon. Really nice. And I can go Camp Brookmar. Excitement. Learn how to do that nice braid stitch as well. Lovely. That's awesome. And did you find something to help you with purling? Like, did you crack it? Did you figure it out? I think that was you I was talking to about that. Funny story. Good. Okay. Let me guess. Turns out you were already pulling around. You can do whatever stitch you want in the round. Really, it's the only difference is that there's cords connected to your... Interesting. Yeah, no, I've definitely held in the round. I seem to remember doing it because I do. My favorite is stockinette stitch, and stockinette stitch. You like every individual stitch. You knit, you purl, you knit, you purl, you knit, you purl, you knit, you purl, and what it ends up doing is on one side you've got the little V's all the way down, and on the other side you've got all the little knobbly bits all the way down. So it, instead of having like the rows with the line and then the knobble and then the line and the knobbles and stuff like that, it's one side is all little tiny V's and really pretty and nice and flat, and the other side is all knobbly and stuff like that. And then you can obviously reverse it whichever side is more visually appealing to you. But yeah, no, so I, like, the vast majority of my projects I've done in, like... I'm gonna unplug my headset. That was me. So this is stockinette stitch. This whole thing. So that's like the V's. And then on the other side is the knobbly bits. So it's like, yeah, that's stockinette stitch. So that involves purling and then knitting and then purling and knit, purl, knit, like one to one. And then when you've got them all lined up on the needle, you can tell which ones need to be purled into and which ones need to be knit into, because the way the thread, the way the wool sits on the needle, if it's facing you, then you purl into it because that's where the easiest way to put the needle in is. And then if it's facing the other way, it's easier to get the needle that way, so you knit it. And that's how it ends up looking with the different thing. And I've most certainly done that in the round. So, interesting. It just happens naturally in the round. How, though? That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, I got kicked out. I'm like, why am I all the way out here? Because you're still, if you're knitting everything, it's still gonna be... Oh, no, yeah, okay. So it'd rib. If you're doing it, if you're doing stockinette in the round, it'd rib, right? So like this bit. So it's not stockinette because it has that stretch to it, and you've got the bits in between. So I'm guessing if you were alternating stitches, it'd rib in the round. Maybe. Gosh, it's been a while. You can see where I've like reduced the... This is so much fun to make. I have too many hobbies. All right. Let me actually open these and see if I got them out. No, I did not. Okay, next tune. Andrew's on the right side. Yeah. Talk about Eve. You said it was like a language to you. Yep, totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. I have too many hobbies. Like, God. Don't do what I do. Rick sounds good. Oh, I'm glad you're having fun with it. That's what's important. Alrighty. So, does anyone have garrison invasion they would like me to assist with? Of course. Amazing. Amazing. Who am I on? There we go. I have to double check the spelling. I've got too many characters. Beautiful. Do we have a third? Do we have a third? Esters. Anyone in chat want into this? Good question. Does anyone want in? For a third, we are indeed Pyro. Brilliant. Amazing. Ba-da-dum. More hydrates.
Hydrate.
Goodness gracious me. Oh dear. Am I gonna die? Probably. It'll be fine. No reason whatsoever. Why if like pfft. Of course, like no, absolutely no reason. Like yeah, I might follow you in that berry and also potentially some pineapple juice. My body feels like shit and I don't know why. Like I'm noticing, you know, like I'm getting every so often I'm getting better and better at like reading my body and trying to and figuring out what she's trying to tell me, right? And like I have been clenching my jaw more over the last week. Like I've noticed an uptick in clenching of my jaw. And I'm noticing these little things that have popped up over the last week, and I'm like, I think I might be stressed. Like these to me, these are stress responses, but why? Like what exactly am I all of a sudden more stressed about? Like, that's the part that I'm confused by. I'm like, what, bitch, why are you worried? But my throat's been getting tickly, and I'm like... In fact, I think during the thing that we're not mentioning, like, as that was progressing, my throat was getting ticklier and ticklier and I'm like, this has got to be, this is my body pretending. It has to be. It has to be. But then after the 12-hour stream on Saturday, and then 6 yesterday, and then 6 today, I'm like, I think it might be time for me to take some care. You know? I was losing it at her phrasing. Yep. It's fine, not like dying killed anybody. Wait, yep, it's a bit that way. That way. I was losing it at her phrasing. Well, the thing is, like, how else is she supposed to say what she was saying? Like, you just, like... I'm honestly, like, props to her. I don't think she knew what she was walking into. So many people asking questions about, like... Can it be, like, can't honey get toxic if you heat it too much? And I'm like, how the hell is she supposed to know that? She's a vocal coach, not a scientist. Like, guys, that's two different industries. And she did such a good job of handling that stuff as well. Like, genuinely just being like, look, I'm not sure I can answer that. I don't really know. You'll need to, you know, do your own research and stuff. Like, she deflected so beautifully, like, goals. And then later on just being like, you know, not a medical doctor, but I'm like, yes, queen. She's lovely. I've gone and I found her website where she takes, like, online coaching sessions and stuff, like one-on-one stuff, and I bookmarked that because Lord knows your girl's gonna need it at some point. Mount Farm, nice indeed, Streaky. Looking for that final elusive garrison invasion mount. We're up to 118 attempts. And 90.78% chance that I have seen it already, but I haven't. So, you know, we just deal with that, I guess. Do you know Hungry Jack sells slushies with popping pearls? Yes, I do, and they're also they're Jelly Bellies branded, like the jelly beans. I call them bursties. They do, but they were, for a while there at least, they were stylized as like BURSTEEZ, like bursties, and so that upset me, but that's fine. But they now have brown sugar ones, for their barista drinks. They're like, you know, like chocolate frappe and shit like that. They can put brown sugar popping pearls in those too. And they're called brown sugar popping pearls because obviously they're not, these ones aren't Jelly Belly branded because Jelly Belly don't have a brown sugar jelly bean, I don't think. Yeah. Swallowing is good for your voice. But I mean, yeah, it is. Like, but it's not like she was talking about blowjobs. Like, you know, it's, come on now. Come on now. Where are we? Neke, Sunshine, Zem, Nomana, and Ali. Congratulations to all of you on your ownership. Well done. Well done. Here's the website. Give me a minute. Yeah, I typed in her name and it was literally the first link. So, that's good. Go. I really should turn in that quest, hey? I'm not getting many assists from buffing here, am I? Alright, yeah, how cool is that, dude? What's that? I've never had brown sugar popping pearls before. Usually it's just brown sugar flavored thing with pearls, but I mean, have fun, I guess, you know? Like, why not? Delightful. I'm guessing that was vocal push you're talking about. Indeed. Indeed. Well, fair enough, but I mean, I don't know. I feel a bit weird taking something, you know, like she's a professional who has taken time out of her day. I mean, yes, granted, she's probably, hopefully, paid for her time to, like, educate us about something. Like, my mind immediately going to sex jokes isn't the first. I was in work mode. I was in, like, professional mode, like let's learn shit mode. So I guess my brain just, doesn't do that. So what are we talking about? Vocal coach. Ways to preserve your voice and keep it healthy and stuff like that. Because, I mean, vast majority of streamers, like, I mean, even VTubers, right? They still use their voice. They may not have a camera. They may not have, like for those of us who have, like, live cams and things like that, our face is, you know, taking care of this and stuff is quite important because that's how we sell ourselves to sponsors and stuff like that. But voice as well. If you're streaming, I mean, I stream 24 hours a week, and you're pretty much constantly talking for all of that time, and we yell and we whisper and we go hype moments and we go all over the place. And so making sure that we don't wake up one day, go to prepare for a sponsored stream and discover we've lost our voice, like, that's really dangerous, and it's a thing that can happen, you know? So making sure we take care of it so that we can continue to do what we love and earn our income, it's really important. Like, taking care of yourself, obviously, day to day is important, but depending on what you do for work, what you do to survive, to earn your cash so you can put a roof over your head and put food in your belly, as well as any dependents you might have that you're taking care of and stuff like that, like, keeping yourself fit and healthy and able to do your job is important. So yeah, for most streamers, like, even VTubers use their voice, and there are very few streams at that kind of heading towards the larger level that don't have some element of voice involved. There are a few, but not many. The vast majority of streamers use their voices regularly, so it's important to take care of them. Dinner delightful. Is dairy still bad? It is, only because it makes, like, it helps generate more mucus, basically. And mucus is kind of the enemy of speaking clearly. Shocked at the BJ part. Yeah, one of the things that, because, like, clearing your throat and coughing put strain on your vocal cords. And so she said, like, if you're feeling the need to clear your throat, like if you feel like you're having some mucus there, swallowing is better than like clearing your throat. Swallowing is better. Like just swallow and swallow and swallow and swallow, and it eventually, like, the motion of swallowing will push that mucus further down your throat and, you know, through your digestive tract. And also pineapple juice is really good at clearing mucus without damaging, because the acid in citrus can hurt your vocal cords. So swallowing and pineapple juice are two really great ways to do it without coughing. Obviously, there are going to be times, like, if you're sick, you're going to need to cough. It's a thing. It's a reflex. You can't always avoid it. But when you can, you should. And so Barry was talking about how the first place their mind went to was, like, yeah, blowjobs. And I was just like, cool. Well, you know, professional situation. Like, my brain did not go there, but to each their own. No mount. On to the next one. Well, I am starchy. I hope you can say the same. Acidy. Swallowing pineapple juice. I know, combine the two. Amazing. Do not snort pineapple juice. Will likely be uncomfortable. I can see how we got into that. Yep. Yeah, there's like a direct connection line. I promise. It's not like a... Yep. Don't have one queued. That's okay, not a worry. How do I know if I can start the invasion? This person here will have a quest for you. Instead of going straight to that, you'll have a quest. And the way to trigger one... Buy yourself a scouting missive. Go and complete the quest. And... it's not guaranteed, but most of the time, you will end up with an invasion ready to go. I learned useful things about mucus today. Can I shut off my brain now? Was that enough? I'm sure, probably. Oh, you've got one up! Fantastic. Amazing. Oh my god, the fucking buttons, the moderator buttons in chat, I can't copy and paste your name. You know what? I'm gonna just drop this on... Because I can't get... I can grab your name, but as soon as I go past that, it highlights your whole message, and I can't cut it off to just your server. Because of the mod, like when I hover over a message, I get moderation buttons that pop up, and it's useful. Not always useful. Not always useful. Do you have next time. Like any missive? Yeah, any missive will do. They're all the different missives send you to different locations around Draenor. That's why I like the Stone Fury Cliffs one for Horde, because you just go literally straight there. It's like the closest one to the garrison. But any of the missives can trigger an invasion, yeah. Once per tune per week. Yep. Thank you, Pyro, much appreciated. Try selecting from the right to the left instead. No, because as soon as it's a mouse over, it's not a click. When I mouse over it, it blocks that stuff with buttons. I can't, no. If I could have done it, I would have done that, but I couldn't, so I didn't. Do we have a third for this invasion? Autopilot all day, but I've been good. Wonderful to hear. Hopefully, whatever you needed to get done via, I find, for me personally, when I have like so much to get done, my brain does the autopilot thing, and I just kind of bang, 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 and like get stuff done. And then by the time I snap out of it as such, it's because I've done all the really urgent stuff and I can now kind of breathe. So hopefully, if that's a similar situation for you, hopefully what needs to be done has been done, and you're able to click back to regular pilot sooner rather than later. You can do multiple invasions, only one set of bags. Correct. Your toons can absolutely participate in a ton of them, but you'll only get one set of bags per week. And if you only get to gold, then you can do a second one, push it to platinum, and just get the platinum bag that you missed out on the first one, kind of thing. So, yeah, that's a... Click reply, then copy the message. I could. Can I? Actually. I can. Brilliant. Alright, I will do that next time. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, the pin button as well is the other one that gets in the way. And I don't really want to pin that. That's not a... Yep. Amazing Frost. Pyro, we've got a... What's Pyro's name? Yes, Pyro, we've got a one in Thingamajig. You'll have to take the spaces out of it, otherwise it won't work, though. The space after Yondari and the space before Jubathos. Before you hit enter. Or it shan't behave. Oh, thank you, Frost. No, all good. It's very kind of you. Thank you for that. Go back to do the garrison stuff. Missing so much. I know the feeling. I know the feeling. It's such a good feeling though, going back and actually knocking stuff out. Hello, Pazuki. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Excuse me. All in. Yes. Yep, not a worry. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Are we... waiting on flight in. Right, okay. Back from the shops and out of luck. Yay! Amazing. No, there's no quicker way here. It's, it's mildly quicker to take the Shadow Moon portal, maybe? Oh, actually, it's probably equidistant now that I look at the map. No, it's the Gareth and Hearthstone. Yeah, Gareth and Hearthstone is like the gold standard. Yeah, Shadow Moon portal's about equidistant from Ashran, honestly. Like, it's a triangle, about the same distance. It's worth having your Garrison Hearthstones. They're super useful, especially if you're a collector. Like, grabbing stuff from, like... Yeah, it makes it a hell of a lot. And not only that, but if all your other Hearthstones and stuff are on cooldown, you hearth your Garrison, take the portal from the tower to Ashran, take the Ashran portal to Orgrimmar or Stormwind, depending on which faction you're on, and then you've, like, yeah, it's just another way to get around. Really, really useful to have. Gone all in. Well done, Seekazam and Mike. Good job. Reckon now is time for everyone to follow Fear on social media. Absolutely. Absolutely. I just today had an email with an interested party discussing my social media stats. And the first thing they asked about was my follow numbers. Not that they can't grab them themselves, but sometimes it's, you know, good to have it in writing at a point in time. free for all. Garrison Mountain, huh? Nice. Yeah, I've only got 1 out of the 4 still to get. I've got 3 of them, but I still need Garn Steal more, and I'm at 120 attempts, and that's not okay. So hopefully it will drop today, but we just gotta see. Just gotta keep going, keep hoping. So I'd like to not have to do these anymore. That would be very nice. At least for a long time. Maybe one day I'll need to do them for transmog, but like, just no, not now. Well done, Seeker. Congratulations on winning the free-for-all. Hoping for you. Thank you, Sparky. Much appreciated. I too am hoping for me. But also for the other community members that we have in the group. We've been going with a full group almost every time, trying to get others involved, trying to get as many of these to drop as we can. We managed to do 16 invasions last Monday. We managed to get through 16 of them. So I'm hoping we don't like spend the whole day in garrisons again. But like if we do, fingers crossed we can get a similar number of them done. But it's not looking so great so far. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that little one's bugged again. Okay, that's fine. I think this is my 6th one. Thea, Phelan, Alexia, Presley, Benedica, and now Melissa. I think, yeah, so I think this is number 6 for the day. And we're just past 6. Oh, we might, actually, we could maybe potentially get to, well, I don't want to get to 16. Here is the thing. I don't want to get there, but look. Maybe we're not going as bad as I thought we were. Wow, yeah, it's, look. When you want what you want, you do what you gotta do to get it. I want to cross it off the list. I want to be done. Be done. And then we go do Rookmar. Rookmar's next on the list. Nalark took us about a month to get, so Rookmar might take us a while as well. But we'll see. I mean, Galliard only took us a week, so... You never know, do you? You never know! Boom. I really do love just popping this and then running through mobs and watching them fall over. It's nice. Love it when something just works. Such an uncomfortable noise. Oh my gosh, last time from before I take a break from where I'm a goodbye gift. Who knows? Look, fingers crossed for you, Zam. Got a good feeling. Oh, I got a boss stone. Nothing. Oh, well. Thank you very much for the invasion. Hop on the next one. Wild, I believe you said you have one queued. Got two more. Awesome. Amazing. Who am I on? That's me. Return soon, not a worry, Pyro. Thank you very much. We will see you soon. See you soon. Yes. Wait, what? Leader's garrison. Was I already in your garrison? What? This doesn't make any sense. There we go. There we go. Blue screen boss, totally fine. Not a worry at all. Room for a third, indeed. Anybody else wants that I can come? Absolutely. Absolutely. Start the garrison quests. Perfection. Just need name and server. Indeed. Indeed. I'm now Jubathos. Perfect. Battle is ready. Jubei, perfect. Ali, Frost, Zem, and Nomada, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. Alright, I was waiting for it to load. I'm like, oh, okay. Assist. Let's get it. Is everyone confused? We are starting up a garrison invasion shortly. Just waiting till all of our team members are present, and then we will be smashing things. Smashing many things. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, night, whatever time it happens to be for you. Smash all the things. Yes, all of the things. No, all good, all good. Just noticed that I haven't said anything for a while, so thought I'd try to fill some dead space a little. Alright, this is one that comes from the gates. Whoops. Yeah. Pruning the banana trees. Like weeds, honestly. There you go. I did not know that. They're relatively easy to prune. This is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S. Hey, Dan. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Crap. Oh, the arena has been cleaned. BFA making no nonsense. BFA flying, yes! Amazing. That's worth doing. Having all that stuff open to you is, yeah, is good fun. Oh! Okay, it's a free-for-all. Examnist. Well done. Look at you smashing the free-for-all. Rigged. Oh no. I do 5 million things at once and I really shouldn't be. Can't help myself. No, we didn't. I love it. I love it. So good. Some use damn straight. So excited. Like, there are a few things on the horizon that I can't tell you about, but like I was so afraid that like after the end of last year being just so busy and going all over the place and all these sponsorships and all this kind of stuff, and then nothing for a good, like I knew obviously Christmas was going to be dead because no one's doing anything over Christmas, but then like I was like, what, like did I not do good? Did I, like, have I lost my momentum? Is something wrong? Like, what is happening? Have I, like, I've got all this hype and all this build up to hashtag full-time fear and then just it all stopped. And I was, like, honestly really concerned. And I think that's reasonable to be concerned. And then in the space of about a week and a half, I got, like, 3 different emails. And I'm like, okay, cool, everyone was just on holidays. Let's go. Let's get this started. No mount for fear. Did anyone get a boss item? Summon a boosts. Fear momentum, god. Evening for a good day today. I reckon so, Thor. Not too bad. Grats Wild. Smoky Die Wolf, well done. Alright, off we hop. On to the next one. Seven down, however many to go. Ah, cool when it's not too bad. Agreed. Very cool when it's not too bad. Are you doing all achievements in WoW? I mean, maybe one day. But as of at the moment, I'm trying to farm up a specific mount. Does anybody have a garrison invasion locked and loaded? I think, did Wildly say they had one more or two more? I don't remember. Yes, you do. Perfect. So I am on Kira. Spelled a bit uniquely. Thank you. Maybe one day. Look, it's a good fun happy time. Why is it? This is weird. Something's misbehaving. You have to do MSL for Dragonflight. Still don't have the portal unlocked. I'm gonna go do MSL. Main story. What is the L for? Ah, main storyline. Thank you. Good. Look. No, I'm tired. My brain was like, what? Yes, room for a third again. If you would like a chance, 2 chances. At the Garrison Mounts, there are 4 to collect. If you're missing at least one of them, come join us. Do the thing. I still have 24 years to make my dad's age. I guess it's possible. Absolutely. Not worries, though. It sounds like a good plan. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Appreciated. Enjoy yourself. Where? Give us a 2-minute then. We can absolutely do that. Not a worry. is my phone god not here? Oh, for goodness sake. Training dummies. Dum. Oh, it's a raid. Boom. Well done, everyone. Complete success. Amazing. Garrison invasions, for all of their shenanigans, are quite peaceful. Oh, good point, Qualishon. G-Round. Who's made an account? Who's had a chance to explore? I know it's only been a couple days. Like, literally, it's only been, like, Saturday and Sunday. And then some of today as well. But today's a weekday, so I get it. But, like, who's made an account? Even if you haven't actually tried any of the games out yet. How many of you have made an account? Excuse me. I'm this week is a little bit interesting for me, but I'm trying to schedule myself in like an hour or two somewhere to give a couple of the games a try, because I'm really like, some of them look really good. Some of them look right up my alley. They all look good, but you know, like a game might look good, but it's not your genre or whatever. Like it's not really something that you're usually interested in. But so many of the 8 that are currently there are my jam. So I'm keen to give them a try. Try and make some time. Oh, we're done. Beautiful. No mount. Thank you very much for the invasion, Wild. No mount as yet. No mount as yet. Good evening, Dunno. Welcome back. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, not too bad. Not doing too badly. It's been a busy day. It's been a busy, busy day. I just made one. Amazing, Dory. I hope you enjoy the beta testing unreleased games you have access to. Sad face and no mount. I know. Look, 126 attempts. 92.16% chance to have seen it already. Where is the mount? Oh, amazing. All right, so I'm going to reply and then grab this and then I can close out. Perfect. Good tip, Sam. Good tip. I am on Jasmine, so that's me. One that whispered. Yes. Good. We get another queued up. Enjoy, Wild. Enjoy. Going okay, just home. Cool BS on stats. I know. Well, it's statistically speaking, it's correct. But statistically speaking, it's an asshole, so it's fine. Right. We have space for a third. We have space for a third. Apparently it says I'm in your garrison. Does it? But that's not true. Like, that's just simply not true. I think it's, yeah, let me. Oh, we've got a battle anyway, so let's press that button. Brilliant. There you go. There is a copy paste so you can whisper if you would like in as the third person for this invasion. Two mounts in the garrisons. Yep, that is not just you. That is the correct thing. Hello, Yari. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well today. Frostfell and Zem, congratulations to all of you on your bonus. Well done. Well done. How do I... No. Wait. This one. Increase chance in your own garrisons. Oh, is it? I didn't realize. Where did you find that, Wild? Oh, was that a yes to... Was that a yes to you got two, or a yes to an increased chance? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Place your units. You don't have a third. Perfect. Do we have a third? I don't even know. No, we don't yet. We don't yet. Barbarians. Chatty mounts perfect. I was like, how did you know that it's like, yeah, we're good, we're good. Everything's fine. Amazing. Okay, so I should... It's busted. Every time I join a group, it thinks I'm in that person's garrison, so I have to go through 2 damn load screens. Oh, well. It's fine, same one, but 2 drops later. Oh, it was the same one? Oh, no, I didn't notice that. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I'm present. Me to re-invite. No, we're good. I'm here. I just had to go from your garrison to my garrison to actually your garrison. But we're good now. We're good now. hydrate. Look, you. Fine. I did. I did drink. Oh, Jesus, I'm running out of water. Oh well. I was actually planning on taking a quick break after this one anyway, because we're about the halfway mark of stream. It'd be nice to stretch my legs and get up and move around. So when I do that, I'll go and refill the drink as well. Where that came from, there is, thankfully. Thankfully, we live in a place where potable water is easily accessible. I am thankful for that. Oh, excuse me. Oh, crap. Are we? My God, we are too. Ah, thank you. Thank you. My brain is bad. One day I'll have a setup with a couple more screens and I'll be able to actually monitor that. Like, so the problem I have 2 screens, which is great. But I have my Twitch dashboard and stuff on this screen, and I have that shrunk so that I can always see chat. But there's nowhere that I can put my preview from OBS. And if I have my preview on my dashboard turned on, it eats some of the bandwidth. Not much, but enough that it may potentially cause an issue. If not for me, then maybe for Jass's connection to his games that he's playing. So I have that turned off to try to save that a little bit. But I can't always see OBS. So one of the, like, if I'm able to get a 3rd screen when I move to Melbourne and have like a setup where I can support another screen, because at the moment I don't have the space to be able to like set that up, I would have another screen that'll have like just chat and OBS, and I'll always be able to monitor that and it'll be great. But as it stands, yeah. So I do appreciate you letting me know, because I'm an umpty. There we go. That is actually new transmog, but still no mount. Still no mount. How many have we done today? So that should be 14. No, 1, 2, 3. It should be 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we've done 9. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break to go stretch my legs and all that kind of stuff. I suggest you do the same if you've been sitting for a while. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, stretch your legs, stretch your body, move around, get your blood flowing, take care of yourself because it's important. And I'll see you very, very soon.
Run away, little girl. Run away. Boogie down!
Hello. Hello. Sachet left. Boogie down. Yep, that's it.
Boogie down.
Boogie down. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, yep.
What's this? Otherwise, no boba.
Yeah, need the bubble tea cup. Oops, sorry, my bad. My bad. Many thanks. Does anybody have a garrison invasion they would like my assistance with? Otherwise, I will go and trigger my own. Of course. Amazing. So I have... There we go. That's my current character. She is a... Yep. Might be a little while. That's okay, Pyro. Not a worry. Thank you. I appreciate it. For 2 minutes, so yeah. Fair. Oh, that's funny. That's really funny. That's right, Zam. She is a paladin. I'm not a paladin. I wonder how many of you actually know some of my toon names and what classes they are, like off the top of your head kind of thing. Obviously, people have access to the spreadsheet with all of them in it, but like...
Oh.
Which one of the Discord books? Interesting. Desiderata was also the name of the first actual real-world female paladin. Like, because the paladins were an actual thing back in the old times, and Desiderata was the name of the very first of those who was female. That's where I got the name from. Kind of cool, hey? Names, some but not spelling, totally fine. This Fia, yeah, I would hope that most people would know that Fiamma is a mage. Presley, yep. Alexia, yep, double X, double I. I'll give, obviously, yeah, that's totally fine. Phonetically, you don't see them like spelled very often. I mostly just say their names, right? So yeah. Phelan, yep. Neither of those are the right spelling, but I love it. It's phonetically correct. Good, good. Phelan is approximately Gaelic for druid. Repressly is German for reprisal. Repressly was my bank toon for the guild. She was the one where we were talking the other day about mailing items in exchange for EP, and they would mail it to Repressly. She was the guild, so yeah, German for reprisal. Alexia is just a name that I liked. Phelan. Faylinn. Phelan. Yes, do we have a third? Do we have a third for our wonderful invasion? Who wants a mount? Come get your mounts. Kira, that's it. And you've spelt it right too, Dory. That's it. That's a warlock. Kira is a Gaelic name that means darkness. It is not Gaelic for darkness, but it's like, you know, when you go to the baby names website, it has like the meaning of names and stuff. Kira is a Gaelic name that means darkness. And also Fiamma, absolutely. Not sponsored by a certain large online store. Huh? Oh, yeah, no. Nah. Alexia existed before Alexa ever did. That name has, like, that's the name that I've been using for my rogues since day dot. So yeah, nah. I have had the name Alexia for my rogues since before iPhones existed. So that's something to think about. Fun, hey? Turbo. Alright, do we not have a third? Are we going without a third? Ah, brilliant, Pyro. Amazing. Join us. So 3 people. Wonderful. I got 5. So you got 5 tunes. And that's not bad. That's not bad. Considering they're not your characters and I mostly play Fia, like that's pretty good. Plus Fia counts for 2 because I've got 2 Fiamma characters. Neofia being 2 of those 5, perfect. Oh dear. Yeah, are you raiding tonight? No, I don't raid on Mondays. Mount Farm Monday. Area Monday. allmylinks.com/Fiamma is the place to be. Are you following yet? Good question, Seeker. Drop Fia a follow on all those social media platforms. Ooh, I should add the G-Round link on there too. Shit. Knew I forgot something. Always forget something. It's funny true story. Lexus just made a Spire browser program in the 90s. It wasn't bought a username for the virtual assistant that would listen into your home. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's really funny. I thought there was a raid tonight. The guild I raid with does raid on Mondays, but I don't raid with them on Mondays. I only raid on the Wednesdays. Yeah. Disabled. 2022. It's really answered this a million times. What add-on do you use for your transmog tracking? Level of priest realize I have no cloth Transmog gear. All the things. All the things. ATT. It's the only one I use. You are very welcome. Best of luck. Prepare yourself before you open it up and look at your total percentage completion. Like, my mage is really good because I've mained a mage ever since I started playing back in Burning Crusade. So as soon as Transmog was introduced, like, everything I picked up automatically, you know, just added and added and added over the years. So I've got tons of cloth. Nothing of anything else. So, just be kind to yourself when you see that percentage and you see how dark orange it is. But remember that having so little of it means it's going to be easier to make the number go up. Once you're hunting one last item or 8 last items, it becomes a pain in the ass. Dum, dum, dum. Bricks and species. Leather's probably decent percentage. Yup. There you go. So yeah, every dungeon, like after Transmog was introduced, every dungeon you did, every quest you completed, all that stuff would have just been automatically added and you wouldn't have even had to think about it. Thank you. Stubby! Stubby? Stubby. Looks like Stubby. Where's my case? It's over there. Of course it is. Good evening, Pico. Oh, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. Where's the... Oh my god, there's so much lipstick all over these. Oh, it's bad. Cookies!
Fun. Good luck.
I will, thank you. No, Storby. Nope. Fuck Jess. Spare house off. Absolutely not. Definitely strawberry. Another disappointment. Oh no, I'm sorry, Zam. Erica, Ali, Norman, and Zem, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Good. Siege of Disappointment, you are not wrong. Varian, they're melee, right? Yeah. 'Kay. Okay. Might not be reading tonight. Oh no! What's happened? Just, is there not enough people? Five signups. That's not ideal. Okay, we had a major while back. Hey! Okay, so those are both shared appearances. Neither of those are new. No mount. I'm at 130 attempts. Oosa. All right. Anyone ready to go? How many attempts you've done in your own garrison? No. No. There's no check for that because it doesn't matter. The box doesn't have a different item ID. Like the caches, the green, the blue, the purple. Those items that drop at the end, then you open them. They've got the same item ID whether you do it in your own garrison or somebody else's, so there can't be a different drop rate. Like, yeah. They're just hard-coded at that level. So it doesn't need to track it. So does anybody have an invasion locked and loaded that I can help with? Otherwise I'll go and grab my own. Congealed. Lovely. I'm amazed you managed to get the word like spelled correctly and everything. That's super cool. Yes, blood DK. It's definitely a DK. Crimson's Wrath. Still though, like having an actual real word spelled correctly and all that kind of stuff. I guess people just didn't feel it appropriate for any other classes. That's really cool. During raids. Lovely. Dear. Ah, dear. Haven't we all changed a lot in the last close to 20 years? Personally, I'm quite thankful that I've changed. Never went through a phase quite like that, but I definitely wasn't quite the person I am today. Oh, excuse me. I presume you don't have a gun yet? No, correct, Kitty. Your assumption is correct, and I am pissed. I have 130 attempts. It's a 1 in 50. What the fuck? Why? Yep. It's fine. I'm fine. This is totally not a problem. Not even slightly a problem. It's fine. RNG is incredibly rude. 92.77% chance of having seen it already. Like, how much more rude could you possibly get? So what you get for spending all your luck on the Heartbreaker? Look you! How dare! No, I think it would be more funny to make names based on snap assumptions. Something like Resto the Enhanced Shaman. Hell yes! I love that. Like Burninator the Frost Mage. Yep, that, yep, 100%. 100%. Or just literally like, holy, the Shadow Priest. I've been grinding for gold so much. My epic bout in 2005. Lots of changed in 19 years. It has indeed. Not it has indeed. I don't remember exactly the circumstances, but I had been grinding for my epic flying. I was grinding for the gold, and I was in uni at the time, and I I did not have much time. I was doing the best that I could with the time that I had, but I was just not seeing results. It was just not going very well. But I was still trying, and I'm like, it's fine. I'll get there. We'll do the thing. And then I had to stop for a while because exams happened. And when I had finished my exams and I logged back on, my guild had like passed around an envelope kind of thing, and they'd put together the gold for me among the bunch of them. And I was just, I cried. I cried. Enough for the flying and for the mount. And I remember them yelling at me over vent, get on the mount, get on the mount. And just like, yeah, it was, yeah, pretty damn special. Memories are fun sometimes. I don't know, I just knew the character orange when they're colored green. Yeah. So good. But, I mean, because I started out, when we started today's stream, I was on 110 attempts. So we've done 10 invasions. We've done 10. Because you get 2 attempts per invasion. I know like when you mouse over the garrison bosses, it says that it can drop them. It says that the bosses can drop it, but it doesn't make the rarity counter go up. So we've had 10 invasions today. We've got a couple of garrison bosses as well, but not too many. We'll get there. Yeah, my go-to thing with officers would chip in for newbies on their first flying mounts. They wouldn't have to pay. That's beautiful. I love that. It's so awesome. Speaking of the epic mounts, you probably have them, but do you have the gear that drops from the Warlock mount boss, original one? Still have the mats to summon if you ever need. I don't know, Shana. I've got no idea, but thank you very much for the offer. Warlock mount boss, original one. I'm actually not sure if I know what you're talking about. I'll have to do some looking into it. It's a very generous offer of you, though. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. No worries at all, Thor. Rest well. We'll see you next time. Dreadsteed. Because I remember, like, I think by the time I got around to leveling all of the all the classes, I'm pretty sure you just were given the mount at that point. So I don't think I've had to do the quest. I'm not sure. Have to, I'm guessing that whatever it would be Warlock only, and I'm not on a Warlock at the moment, so I'd need to check on the right tune, but I'm not too sure. Something else I don't remember. Cool. I don't know either. Making some notes. I've got something potentially coming up that I may need to make a purchase for, and I've made some choices, but I needed the SKUs. So just made note of those. Now we're good. Nope, gun shield and cloth shoulders. Ah, okay. Yeah, DFA, you can't see individual transmog pieces because the API doesn't allow you to. There are, like, the Blizzard API is great, but there are some limitations. I understand why. I get why. Like, listing every single piece of transmog available in the game is so much data, which is why having something in-game like ATT is good. What I can actually, you know what I bloody can do, is I can search up the items and get the in-game link from Wowhead, and I can get the little icon from the Can I Mog It in the corner, and that'll tell me. Sometimes my brain works. Not often, but sometimes. Pretty sure that lock quest was removed a while ago, unfortunately. Of course, Coral. Right, so... Ugly, no idea. Okay, Zorothian... Fire stick. Gun. Dropped by Lord Helnarath. It's not ugly. It's not too ugly. I don't have it, but it shares the appearance. Yago, this is no longer available unless you know someone that has access to the items used to summon the boss, which as Shana has said that they do. That's what it looks like. It's not terrible, but it's also not like, may I have some pixels, please? So that's the gun. But yeah, it's in Diamol. There's Dreadguard's Protector. Holy waffle, yeah. But yeah, so that's also, there's Crystal Slug Thrower there as well, which it shares an appearance with, but I don't know, that's because it's got the little light next to it, I don't know whether that's something that's, actually I can check by doing it in ATT. Oh, it says no, maybe I've got it deactivated. Anyway, Dreadguard's Protector is not a shared appearance. And it looks like that. It's fairly unique. And... Diabolic Mantle, which it looks like I do have. So I must have killed Helnarath at some point because it says completion Fiamma Zaofang, and then it's got it ticked. Or maybe I've learned it from something else. Yeah, I learned it from Runecloth Shoulders, and it looks like that. The shoulders there. So there you go. Alright, items. Green, blue, sorry. Getting distracted here. Nah. That's not... Actually, that is new. That's a new appearance. I'll take it. Okay, on to the next one. Sure, it's very BC looking indeed. Yeah, except they're from Diamol. They're from vanilla. Added in patch 1.11.1.5462. So if you have one, thank you, Shana. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Quest is gone. Yeah, have the summons. You can still have the items. You can still summon. Is it a chance at the mount, or is it guaranteed? Those shoulders are very beastly looking. It was guaranteed if you killed them back in the day. Yeah. I have to eat my salad so I can eat my cookies. Does anyone have a thingamajig? Are you excited that humans orcs are getting their heritage armor? Not for me personally. I don't really use many sets. I've got like the one or two that I really like using. But I am excited for those who are happy about it. Like, I'm excited on their behalf kind of thing. Very glad that people are getting what they've been waiting for a while. I'm not upset about it. That's, you know, I should really go get the epic Shadow Wave stuff again. Mount was the epic version of the base Warlock mount. I just went with the mounts and give my friends to help me get mine a lot. Ah, nice. Amazing. Yeah, good time to remind. Thank you, dude. So the Heritage Armor, when it comes to storyline and stuff that's associated with that, don't fucking say a word. This is a spoiler-free channel. Mechanically speaking, things like that, like, have you seen, you know, the Heritage Armor? Like, the Heritage Armor, we have known that that's coming for a really, really long time. These particular sets, people have been waiting for them for, gosh, over a year now, I think. It's been a very long time coming, so we knew that was on its way. The story that, like, the quests you need to go through to get them, any quests that are involved in the next patch, any kind of story, all that kind of stuff, that's all considered spoilers. Don't talk about it. Not here. You will get banned. No warnings. It's literally the first rule of chat. Click the cog underneath the chat box, click view chat rules. It's the first rule, no spoilers. If you really, really, really want to talk about that content with this community, totally get it, 100% understand. That's why we have a Discord channel for it. There is a Discord channel called Story Spoilers. You are very, very welcome to hop on in there and chit chat about it to your heart's content, because people are able to mute that channel and not pay attention to it if they don't want to. We do have moderators in there, but like, yeah, that is where you can discuss that stuff if you want to, not in Twitch chat. Thank you for respecting our boundaries. Got a Britannia invasion. My rogue. Ah, wonderful. Let me. Oh gosh, excuse me. That's me. Which chord? Discord. Spoilers, brilliant. Yes, that'll work. I wonder if it'll actually work. I'll probably still have to say it aloud anyway, just to kind of, because no doubt people will hear something and go, oh, and tab in and start typing and not actually read. Look, maybe it'll help. Make something to eat. Sounds like a plan, Wild. Enjoy your food. Most Twitch ban on spoilers. Most do, some don't. I believe it's better to be clear about it, just so that people know what to expect. And then people who are trying to avoid spoilers know that it's safe here. Our general rule of thumb, even on like release day and stuff like that, because patches often release at like 7, 9 in the morning for us on a Wednesday, and then I don't stream till 4, and I don't do story content until stream time so that I can explore it with you guys and so you can see my first reactions and all that kind of stuff, right? So our general rule of thumb is if it hasn't happened on stream, it hasn't happened. Don't talk about it. It's a spoiler. And then once we play through it, it's fair game. It tends to work pretty well for us. We've had a few regulars come in on a patch day and go, oh, are you playing through that? Crap. Okay, I'm gonna go lurk and not read anything. I'm gonna go catch up on my own so that I don't get spoilers, and then they'll go catch up and then rejoin us in chat, kind of thing. It works well. But yeah, it's good fun. And I love that everyone is so respectful of it. I think we've only had like one person who royally fucked it up, and then tried to laugh it off, and we're like, no, this is a rule, you fucked up, and they're like, oh, but I'm high. I don't care. So they got banned. They were pretty salty about it for a bit, but oh well. If you don't read the rules, that's it. And then we've had one person who tried dropping spoilers to try to be a troll, and yeah, easy, just ban them. But yeah, most people are respectful, and I like that. That's good. That's good. As long as it's also a sound command with River Song saying spoilers. It was a grind. So sorry, something stones, hoping people needed one more. It was so exciting when you got it, amazing. Anyone for our third spot? Indeed, we have a third spot. Pixel didn't happen. Gotta go. Raid time. No worries, Frost. Enjoy. Best of luck. You're very welcome. Thank you very much for the well wishes. Good evening, Diablo. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Good to see that back in the day too. I'm high like 1/4 the time here. I think I've been trolling then. No. This person wasn't trolling. They weren't blaming trolling on me. It was two separate. There was a troll and there was a person who was high. They were basically saying, oh, I don't have a filter. I didn't realize it was a spoiler. it's all over Wowhead, and it's like, so? Like, just because there has been one screening of a movie and people are reporting on it already, does that mean it's no longer a spoiler? No. Like, yeah. But the fact that they tried to laugh it off at first, like, ha, you guys aren't being serious. Like, no, yes, we are. We are absolutely being deathly serious. You are banned. I'm like, oh, but I didn't realize it was a spoiler, and I'm high, so I don't have a filter while I'm high. I'm like, that's not my problem. There's a rule. You broke it. The rules don't apply to people differently depending on what they've imbibed lately. Like, it's, yeah. That's it. But, look, sometimes you gotta make those kind of calls, and if you let it slide, then other people will think that they can get away with shit. And do you know what I mean? Like, you've got to, once you set a standard, you have to apply it consistently. In my opinion. There are some places and stuff that maybe that's not how it works, but this is my domain. And I can run shit how I see fit, and so I'm going to apply things consistently. Good. That and having Oni Henstorm in the events, at least, are my favorite things I've ever done in WoW. Awesome. Oh, that's so good. Right, so last call. Do we have a third? Does anyone want to join us? You've got a chance at 4 different mounts just by smashing some, like, one-shotting a whole bunch of things for a few minutes. 4 mounts you can get. If you don't have all of them, now's your chance to come along and get one. It's faction locked, so you must be Horde, North America / Oceanic servers. Katori Thorisan, amazing. We have a third. Pyro, if you would like to grab and invite Kitty. Brilliant. I usually am unable to phrase things in typing when I'm high anyways, so hopefully I'm not that annoying. This was in voice comms. It was even worse. It was in fucking voice comms. We were raiding. We were in a raid, we were in voice comms. And they said, I'm so looking forward to insert action that is a spoiler here. And as soon as they started the sentence, everyone started yelling over the top of them. And then they were just kind of silent for a bit, like, oh, but it's fine. It's nah. So we immediately server muted them from both voice and text, so they couldn't post it elsewhere. And then they kept pushing, and yeah, badanned. Yeah, it was not good. And it's not like it was like a minor thing. Yeah, we were in Nazoth place, that one. Actually, you know what? It's like fucking 2 years outside of a goddamn spoiler now. So, they told us that in the pre-patch we were going to kill Nathanos. That was the spoiler. I can't wait to kick Nathanos' ass in pre-patch, was what was said. And I was furious. I had successfully avoided spoilers up to that point. And as soon as I heard them say it and I heard everyone yelling over them, you know, have you ever felt that feeling where the heat kind of starts creeping up your neck and up your face, and you can feel that you're like hot in the skin? And I'm on camera and I'm in voice comms with a raid team, and I'm like, that's a spoiler. Trying not to explode out the top of my head. I was ropeable. I was fucking angry. And I'm sure it showed, but I reckon I did a decent job at like keeping it like, you know when people yell and scream and you're like, oh no, they're scary and angry, and then when they get awful quiet and just state things as fact, it's like, oh shit. that was the kind of angry I was. My hands start shaking. Oh yeah, lucky they were like off camera, because I was like I was so angry, and it destroyed the whole pre-patch for me. Because I'm going through the quest chain, I'm like, I know what's at the end. I know what's coming. And it was so disappointing, and it sucked. And I don't hold grudges, but fuck, man. If if you're a dick when you're high, maybe don't get high. Like, yeah. Anyway. You're going to die now. No, you are never speaking in my chat again. We server muted them. Like the rule was in Discord that if you violated it, we have a role in Discord called Naughty Corner. And if you do something like post something in the wrong place, because in Twitch chat and especially in voice, it's a little harder to like catch it and moderate it. But in Discord, you've got I mean, it pushes a notification a lot of the time, but most people have notifications turned off, I would imagine. So like, the rule at the time was we will put you in the Naughty Corner role for 2 weeks. And that basically, the idea behind that was that, there was about, like, it wasn't, when these spoilers started coming up, we didn't have very long, so the 2 weeks in the Naughty Corner would prevent them from being able to post further spoilers. And all it didn't boot you, it didn't ban you, it didn't kick you, nothing. All it did was prevented you from talking in any channel and prevented you from speaking in a voice channel. You could still join the voice channel, you just couldn't say anything. Sorry. It basically prevented you from posting further spoilers. No Manner, Zem, Norman, and Fel, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. So we stuck them in the Naughty Corner. They joined Twitch chat asking about what was going on and why they couldn't talk and all that kind of stuff. And we explained it to them. And then they kind of, but it's just, that's so silly, blah, 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 blah. And they started arguing with it. And so I believe we timed them out in chat. Because they didn't post a spoiler there, they didn't break a chat rule, they were just fighting a judgment, essentially. And so we timed them out there, and then they left the server, like, a day and a half later. They left this, and they never turned up to stream again. So I was just like, okay, that's fine. Like, if you're gonna break a rule and then get pissy about how we enforce it, that's not really my problem. But yeah, look, moderation is a really interesting thing because, like, you never know how someone's going to respond to something, which is why when I delete messages for example, being not in English and stuff like that, I'm always careful to explain as thoroughly as I can, but succinctly, why we're taking a moderation action, what they've done quote unquote wrong, so that they can avoid doing it again, and so they understand what's happened. Because it's like, you know, if you punish somebody but you don't tell them why they're being punished, how is that going to correct the behavior? Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense. So explaining to people, this is why I'm doing this, or, you know, deleting a message that's not in English, this isn't a punishment, it doesn't affect your account in any way, it's just so that this particular message isn't visible. And most people get it, but some people don't. Some people get really shitty and they start trying to make it harder for you to moderate. So they'll like spam, they'll type a lot really quickly to try to overwhelm you. And so that you can't go through and delete everything and all that. And so, you know, we time out. Most people, when you time them out for 10 minutes, they leave and don't come back because they're bored. They don't want to wait around for that to continue going. They'll just leave. But some people decide they want to hold a grudge and they'll wait the 10 minutes, and as soon as it's up, they'll start spamming again and they'll ramp it up. They'll spam worse stuff. They'll get caught by automod, and then they'll start sending the exact same message, but they've changed letters out for symbols and numbers and trying to get around automod's filter. Automod's actually pretty good when it comes to that shit. It catches typos and stuff sometimes, which is nice. But it's like the whole, yeah. And at that point, you're just like, okay, you're just being a dick now. You're not vibing with this community. You're good now. And then you get the DMs. I've actually turned my Twitch DMs off now. That's a fairly recent change. But we've had a few people we've banned recently, and almost every single one of them, I would ban them, and they would then immediately start spamming whatever vile shit they were spamming in chat, they would start spamming it in my DMs instead. And so I've now set it so that no one can DM me on Twitch except for people that are like on my friends list. I guess Twitch has a friends list, or people that I have DM'd. So if I DM a person, they can DM me back for 24 hours. And it does make a few things a little more difficult. But, oh gosh, excuse me. But it's worth it. But it's worth it. Not having to deal with that shit midstream is nice. But yeah, just because you don't agree with a rule doesn't mean it doesn't apply to you, basically. There are, you know, I go into other streams who have rules that I think are maybe a bit silly or over the top or whatever, but that doesn't matter what I think. It's their channel, and so I'm going to abide by those rules 100%. Even if they're not rules that I have in my channel, I'll still abide by them because it's not my channel that I'm going to. I'm going to somebody else's house. You know, it's like if you go to a house and you know, their rule is you don't wear shoes inside. Take your shoes off at the door, unless, you know, there's some kind of medical condition or whatever, but like, it's yeah, you just fucking be respectful. So yeah, if you break the rules, you face punishments. Especially if you break Twitch rules, rather than even like my rules or another streamer's rules. Fuck. If you break Twitch toss, ooh boy, you're out of here. You're out of here. And also reported by all the mods. You can still see what you said. Like that's it. That's it. It's really satisfying because you get an email when you report an account. You get an email saying thank you for your report. Here are some tools you've got as a creator or as a viewer that you can do to, like, you know, help the situation. And then you get an email that says thanks to your report, action has been taken. It doesn't tell you which account. It's just like a Stuxnet email. It doesn't tell you what action because it's a privacy thing. But when you get that message that action has been taken, thanks to a report that you've made, I'm not gonna lie, it feels fucking good. Because it feels like, you know, you're helping clean up the platform one step at a time. It may be, you know, fighting a flood with a teaspoon, but it still makes a difference. Everyone got on board with that, it'd make a lot more of a difference, but can't control everyone's actions, can only control how you respond. Hydrate, when is it that it deletes all of the stuff they've said? Timeout or bans? Both. A timeout will remove everything they've said up to that point in this stream. And it will allow them to speak again after whatever timeout period you've set. Default, like if you just click the button, the default is 10 minutes. But you can adjust that. You can time them out for longer. You can time them out for shorter. If you don't want to deal with their shit for the rest of stream, like you think they need to have a timeout, but you're fine with them coming back another day, then you can just time them out for whatever's left on the stream, kind of thing. Or if you suspect maybe someone's had their account stolen, you can time them out for like a week. And then, you know, DM them on a different platform and let them know. And then when they tell you that they've had it sorted, you can untime them out. Banning, obviously they can't come back. It deletes all of their messages, but it keeps the moderating log. Like you can see what they've said in the past, so you can see why they were banned. But it also forces an unfollow. I believe it cancels any subscription benefits that they had, but they don't get a refund. I believe. I could be wrong on that point. I don't 100% remember, but that's why if you've got someone who, you know, you believe that their account has been hacked, but they want to get it back, banning them is not the right answer because it wipes their follow, like it force unfollows them. So if they've got like a follow age thing, they lose that. They lose their sub streak and all that, like all that goes away. So banning is not always the best option. That's a shared appearance. But it depends on the person, depends on the situation, and it depends on the creator as well. We have a few tools that we can use to handle those kinds of situations. But Some more useful than others. Hello, Kat. Welcome back. Do you think timeout doesn't delete all messages, only the recent ones? I believe it deletes everything for that stream, but I could be wrong. I don't know what the time, like it could be if you've timing them out for 10 minutes, it deletes 10 minutes or something. I'm not sure, but like we can see them. Moderators can still see those messages. Both in chat, they're just kind of grayed out and have a strikeout through them. And also if you click a username in mod view, you get, like, for example, Dupe has sent 999 plus messages, has had 0 timeouts, 0 bans, and has 0 mod comments. Zamnest has sent 999 plus messages, has 0 timeouts, 0 bans, and 1 mod comment. Koalatron has... Okay, no mod comment. Why does Koalatron not have any mod comments? Cat has a 994 messages sent. 0 timeouts, 0 bans, 0 mod comments. You'll find a few people who have a couple of timeouts and stuff because we misclicked. Shiba was one, I think, that had... Where's, / user Shibasu. Shibasu. Shibasu has 999 plus messages, 1 timeouts, 0 bans, and 2 mod comments. The 2 mod comments are haha timed out, suck it. And then the second mod comment is also that apparently moves the sword, noted. Removes the sword, noted. So timing out Shiba automatically took Shiba's sword off him as well. I had to reinstate that. So no, Sam's mod comment is not about rigging battles. It's anniversary. It's a mod anniversary, mod date. Seeker was kind enough to jump in there and post a small note of congratulations as well as the anniversary date in case people were interested and in case I forget when probation is up. Is this a tune who's done it or have I just zoned into this one? Just zoned it, okay. Ah, amazing, thank you, Pyro. Oh, so good. Ooh! Oh, no worry, never mind. The colours were close enough when I couldn't see them properly. Remember Shiba's sword debacle? It was great. It was great. He may have started a question line that led to it happening. Quite possibly, yeah. That's okay, not a worry, Pyro. We'll keep going till we run out. How's that sound? Or until the mount drops, preferably. Preferably. Eating dinner. The annoying thing is if you're going from a channel, it doesn't remove your bit emotes. Yeah, no, it doesn't. You know what's even more annoying? Is if you, as a viewer, block a streamer. Like, block them from messaging you and block them from showing up on your recommended and all that kind of stuff. And you've got bit emotes or whatever unlocked from them, they don't go away from your listing either. So if you've had a, you know, if a streamer that you watched, all of a sudden you learned something new about their beliefs. I'm not talking about like religious beliefs, I'm just talking about general, like, things that they believe about the world, yeah? If you learn about a belief of theirs that does not mesh well with you or your identity or something like that, and you want to cut that out of your life, you can't. Not while still using the platform, unless you create a new account and then you lose your progress with everybody else as well, which is just a bit shit. I've seen many people talking and asking about that kind of stuff. What I would recommend if you are someone who feels passionately about this, like I do, user voice. Twitch has a user voice platform. User voice is a platform, if you haven't used it before, where users can make their voice heard by creating, it's kind of like tickets. It's like a forum post where you post an idea that you have, you categorize it, there's a bunch of preset categories and you can slot it in where it fits best. And you can explain what you want to happen with the platform and why you think it's important. And then you tell people about your ticket, your post. People can reply in support or against, up to them. Like, you know, it's again about users having their voices heard, but they can contribute things that you might not have thought of, that kind of thing. And if they feel like it's something that is important and that needs to be looked at, they can upvote your idea. And when ideas get a certain number of votes, I don't know what that is, and I don't think there is like a standard with Twitch. With some platforms who use user voice, like once it reaches this, we will look at it kind of thing. But I don't think Twitch has one like that. But if they see one that's like rocketing up pretty quickly, or if something has gathered quite a few votes, then they look at it as a priority. They go, okay, this is something that people want. Let's investigate this and see how we can handle it. See what we can implement. Maybe we can't do exactly what they want, but maybe we can give them something that's good enough. So I guarantee you there will be a handful of posts about that kind of stuff, about removing bit emotes from people who have been banned, removing, like hiding emotes from your collection. Maybe Twitch doesn't want to completely remove them just in case you change your mind later. That's fine. Maybe you can hide them and then have like a show hidden emotes button or something like that. But I guarantee you there'll be a few tickets on that. I would highly recommend going on there and updating all of the ones you can find that you agree with, because that's how we affect change. We do it through the right channels. That's how we affect change. Coriander. No coriander here. I've got like a salad mix that has a few different types of lettuce and then some like shredded or julienne carrot. Do we have a third for the invasion? Kitty does. Amazing. Probably the last 10 minutes or something. Ammo. Remember while watching an old VOD, some of the early comments of time at person was last year or something, you know, some time ago. Indeed. Interesting. Thank you for that, Zam. I didn't realize. Mona Thorasan. Along if nobody else has already joined, they have not. Welcome. Twitch timeout.
By the Sunwell.
And Death is dead. Well done, Jazz. Thank you, Joe, very much for the resub. Thank you for your support. Ads are up there with spoilers. Fair. I will point out that if you are also a person who hates ads, and you are reasonably broke, and you watch more than one streamer. If you watch one streamer, it's cheaper to just sub to them. But if you watch even 2 streamers, and you want to get rid of ads, Twitch Turbo. Twitch Turbo is the way to go. Not Prime, not Twitch Prime, Twitch Turbo. It is a different thing. Prime gives you one free sub that you've already, like a prepaid sub, every month that you can apply to a particular, to one streamer per month. But Turbo gives you ad-free viewing across the entire platform. You can go and drop in for a streamer for the first time ever. You've never even heard of them before. You drop in their stream just out of a whim. No ads. There's also some other benefits, but that's the main one. But in addition to that, the streamer that you are watching gets ad revenue from you anyway, as though you had watched the ads. If they play an ad, you don't see it, but they still get the revenue as though you had. That's how Twitch Turbo works. So you're not supporting Twitch instead of creators. You are still, it's like a multi-sub. And it costs approximately 1.5 tier 1 subs or something. Maybe even less than that. I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember when I last did the math. So yeah, that is a great option if you've got a bit of disposable income but not enough to cover everyone and you can't pick who. You don't have to. Twitch Turbo's the way. Plus, you get a battery badge that you're not showing. Yeah! Beautiful. That was really funny, Erica. That was just perfection, that message. Beautiful. I typed, do you know what else is really bad? Oh, right, yeah, gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. Kind of AK stuff. Battery bad, what is this reference? I think I made it a few months back. Turbo is much worth it. Turbo is really super duper worth it for people who are in a specific circumstance. Like ad revenue, depending on how much a person streams and how much they use things like the ad manager. I use ads manager because I have access to the ads incentive program and stuff like that. I also like to keep pre-rolls turned off. That's why I run ads predominantly, not for the income side of things, but for turning pre-rolls off. Statistics show people are less likely to bounce during a mid-roll, more likely to bounce during a pre-roll. So turn pre-rolls off, have mid-rolls, maybe lose fewer viewers. And that's my experience as well. That has definitely, like, I've seen that in my own statistics as well. But, right, so ad revenue, right. Some streamers will make more money off the ad revenue from a particular person, whereas other streamers will make more money if that person chooses to sub at tier 1. I mean, tier 2 or tier 3 subs, guaranteed more money than ad revenue. Like no question about that. Unless they're running like 3 minutes of ads every 5 minutes, they're getting more money from a tier 2 or 3 than they are from ads. However, like, there are some folks out there who will get the same amount of money from you, whether you sub or not. It's just about your experience. Which is interesting, hey? Just depends on their own statistics. Worth it to know Twitch just doesn't know what badges it shows sometimes. When you earn a new one or when it updates, like if you claimed a moment recently, it would have replaced the battery with the moment because it's the newest one, and then you'd have to manually switch it back. I think most channels that care about the ads use the AIP anyways. So not everyone has access to the AIP, but everyone has access to Ads Manager. They're two different tools. So ads, AIP, the ads incentive program, is designed to give you a higher amount of money from ads, and you have to opt in, and you can opt in at a few different levels at different prices and all that kind of stuff. And it's up to you to decide what's going to work best for your community. And for you personally. The ads manager is just a scheduler. It doesn't have anything to do with the actual revenue itself. It just helps you, like, if I tried to rely on my own self to keep pre-rolls turned off, I would fail miserably all the time. So doing it through the ads manager, it automatically runs enough ads at the appropriate intervals to keep pre-rolls turned off. I like that. It's good. It means it's one less thing I have to think about. What about those channel-specific perks? Turboers won't get those here, will they? No, so if you have Turbo and not a sub, if you're using Turbo instead of a sub, you won't get emotes, for example. But, like, that's going to be up to an individual to make that decision. It's like, yeah, this is the thing. Turbo is so infrequently advertised because it's such gosh darn good value. But each individual will have certain circumstances, and it'll be up to them to make the decision on what's worth it more for them. Maybe they can only afford 1.5 subs, and they don't want ads anywhere, but they don't care about ads so much as they care about having this specific set of emotes. And so they'll pay for the emotes instead of paying for the no ads everywhere. It's just up to them. It's the same as literally any situation, hey? Like, do I want the chocolate or do I want the loaf of bread? If I can only afford one or the other, which one am I choosing? So yeah, it's yeah. Should got off at the beginning, caught the end of that. Considered Turbo before. I haven't been spending much time on Twitch before to make sense back then. So I might have to reconsider it. Yeah, for sure. Look, again, very, very personal. So personal choice. If you're watching a lot of Twitch and it's not one person, if your habits on Twitch involve jumping into random streams a lot and bouncing around a ton of like just really enjoying exploring and discovering new creators frequently, Turbo might be a better choice because it means you get no ads anywhere, so you can just slot in with any random person and you never have ads anyway. Or if you are consistently tuning into 2 people and just those 2 people only, and you don't care so much about the emotes and the sub badge. And they're like, you know, popping the alerts off and getting the acknowledgement and all that kind of stuff. Because obviously you don't get those things, but you get no ads. Plus there are some other benefits as well. I think obviously there's the battery badge instead of like a sub badge or whatever. There's, I believe Turbo has access to special set of like standard, you know, the standard emotes with the little white face with this, that kind of thing. And then there's you can replace the face with a monkey face, or you can replace it with essentially like a toned down glitch logo, like the little purple speech bubble. I believe one of those is Turbo exclusive and one of those is Prime exclusive. I think, or maybe they're both Prime now. I don't fucking know. The money emotes. So AIP super protocol place was confused. Yeah, no. Yeah, ads incentive program. I get confused every time I see people talking about AIP in certain discords. I'm like, wait, what? Oh, yeah. I'm an update. If I get the bread, I need to carry welcome on to I would switch to Turbo and notice 30 plus monthly subs. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's amazing. Monkey emotes, right. So the monkey emotes are, because I know I have access to change to something different through Prime, and I wasn't sure which one it was, so thank you for confirming that. Oh no, I've got access to the monkey ones too. I've got the white face, I've got the purple, the glitch, and I've got the monkey ones as well. I can set any of those 3. I don't have Turbo, but I do have Prime. So maybe they shared that benefit across them. You also get to be able to switch them to any hex codes. I've got that with Prime too. I'm looking at my Prime gaming page now, and that's in Prime as well. They must have grabbed a bunch of the Turbo things when they were setting up Twitch Prime. There must be a bunch of overlap nowadays. Twitch Turbo FAQ. I mean, that's fine, because then you can pick which one works for you, right? But, ad-free viewing across Twitch, expanded emoticon set, choose from 2 additional sets of emoticons, glitch or monkeys, choose wisely, you can always change it later. So, Turbo gets both and Prime gets both. Custom chat username color, stand out in chat with custom username color. Chat badge, represent Turbo proudly with an exclusive chat badge, so you get the purple battery rather than the blue crown. And extended broadcast storage. Save your past broadcasts on Twitch for 60 days instead of the standard 7 days. 7 days is for channels that are not partner, affiliate, Amazon Prime, or Twitch Turbo users. So that, again, like literally all of that, except ad-free viewing, is Prime as well. So Turbo, you are literally just paying for the ad-free viewing. There you go. So, oh, you got gone! Amazing. Congratulations. Well done. Why are you sorry? I know it exists. Never be sorry. Jesus. Never be sorry for that shit. God damn. Never apologize for succeeding. Never apologize for succeeding. A lot of us get like trained to like make ourselves small when we're winning so that we don't piss other people off with our success. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Never, ever, ever. 136! No, it's fine. Totally fine. I'm guessing it doesn't have that you can trade this to people who were eligible. That's funny. only benefits no ads, story pass broadcasts for 60 days instead of 14. It's not 60 instead of 14, it's 60 instead of 7. As of September 1st, 2022, they dropped the 14 down to 7. And Prime gets 60 days as well. So it's literally just ad-free viewing. No ads is the only benefit if you already have Prime. If you If you don't, then you get all of those. Essentially gun might help with armor. It is, yeah. It is. I have a lot of things to apologize for. Nah. Look, when I say we, I should probably have clarified. It is definitely, like, stereotypically a female thing. From sharing experiences and all that kind of stuff with other women in my life, it definitely seems to be one of those things where women in particular, it's the societal norms and the gender roles that we're taught when we're younger. Not all necessarily terrible, bad, horrible, awful things, right? But sometimes they're a little bit fucky. And one of the things that I noticed and, you know, have other people have noticed around me and that we've all kind of recognized is a thing is that when we have successes, it's be humble, be gracious, be like, don't lord your achievements over others and all that kind of stuff. And boys don't seem to have that when they're younger. Not in Western culture, at least. Eastern culture is a little bit different because a lot of that is, you know, less about the individual and more about the community. But it's interesting. Yeah, don't ever apologize for succeeding. Like, you aim for a thing, you go and get the thing, be proud, stand tall. Like, rock that shit, regardless of gender. Never apologize for succeeding. Hello, Mum. How are you? Hello. Interesting time for me to come in. Yeah, it is. Look, we have all sorts of interesting conversations. We're doing a thing where I'm trying to get a mount to drop. And I've got 136 tries and it's not dropping. And Kitty just had it drop. And it was like, and the first response was, I'm so sorry, Fia. I just had it drop. I wish I could give it to you. It's like, no, don't be sorry. You got the thing. Celebrate that. Don't apologize for your successes. Fuck that shit. You know, do the thing. Get the stuff. Woo! Celebrate. Just because you've got it doesn't mean I can't get it. Just means RNGesus hates me. Like, still feel bad. No, don't feel bad. Is that the first one you got? You don't have the other 3 yet. There you go. You need them too. I've still got 2 up on you. Don't apologize. Erica, Joe, Cade, Manna, and Zam, congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Onwards to the next one. Excuse me if you didn't get yes. How's growth? Amazing, Pyro. Thank you. Let me grab that. Copy. What am I placing? Gladiators. Oh, I've only got 1 gladiator. Uh-oh, this took a while. Celebrating with leftover lasagna because I'm still hungry. Delicious, Kitty. Lasagna is the best. We've got a, we have in the freezer, we have like a family size lasagna and we call it our emergency meal. Like if we just cannot on a day, we don't want to leave the house and get something easy. We don't want to spend $70 goddamn on Uber Eats. We don't want nothing. Out comes the emergency meal and it goes in the oven. and it's a family size lasagna. When I was younger, I always look at it inverted. Like I always got annoyed when someone demurred at an achievement. Like, I'm sorry that I'm better than you. Took a while to realize they didn't mean it like that. Yeah, nah. That's people being assholes. Standing tall and proud is very different from lording it over other people as well, for sure. For sure. I hope you've had an awesome day, Mum. I hope that a certain family member has enjoyed his birthday. I did actually know it was his birthday. I was talking to Jas yesterday about it. And then today just kind of punched me in the face. Literally. Not, okay, no. I had a physio appointment this morning. Jaw physio, and it kind of hit me for 6. And I came home and sort of passed out for a bit and then was like, oh crap, I gotta get ready for stream. And yep, so I am bad. I am bad. But I promise I did actually know. Actually know. Is Fear tall? No. I am a small. 5-3. Do we have a third? Do we have a third for this garrison invasion? Would anybody like to join us in an effort to get themselves mounts? Yes, throw me a follow. Toss me a social media follow if you could be so kind. And while you're at it, sign up for a G-Round account. Play unreleased games. Submit feedback, earn points, get rewards. Also get Fear paid. You okay? Yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. It just, you know, when you, like, so I went to the physio and he did some manipulating of my jaw. It's the jaw issue that I've had for forever. I'm finally working through it, and the physio is helping immensely. And so he gave it a good poke and a prod, and he stretched it out, and we did some exercises and stuff, and I guess it was just a lot because I came home and my body was like, nope, we sleep now. And I'm like, okay, sure. Okay. I was listening to fantastic, well, the happiest of birthdays. I hope you've had a brilliant day and are now relaxing and enjoying your evening. Start over again, another old one. So finish this fight, beautiful. Just go ahead and round up to 200 centimeters. I'm 160. Why would you round up by 40 centimeters? Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Ruben, oh, lovely. That's really good. I would have loved to have been there. But. It's a thing. It's a thing. When I finally move home, when I am finally living in Melbourne, we are going to need to have a big February party for the 4 out of 6 of us that have February birthdays. Rather than rounding down to 150. How about we don't round? 160 is a nice enough round number anyway. Oh dear. You'd make it terrifyingly tall, the opposite of a small indeed. Loved you here too. Only 6'5", that's so tall. Yes, absolutely, Mum. Because, you know, I don't think I'm going to be able to make 4 different birthday parties. Like, that's a lot of time. Yeah. It's all right. What we can do, actually, what we could do is book like a family, like long weekend. Family vacay. Rent a place with a few bedrooms and just like go away for the weekend. The lot of us. And have like a joint birthday shenanigans. Have a lunch at the rented home and invite the rest of the extended family to that, and then just like, yep, that'd be great. Sounds perfect. Yeah. How good would that be? Like, that way I'd only have to cancel one stream. Like, I wouldn't miss out too much. And then, yep. Does Fia's mum know about fucked up February? Oh, Fia's mum does. Fia's mum was here for it last year. It was even more fucked up in 2022 because mum arrived halfway damn through it. She arrived here during a Heartbreaker Farm stream and came and sat next to me, and I was trying to explain to her what it was. It dropped, mum. It happened. Look. I have it. Isn't it ridiculous? Look at it. I got it. Yeah. Do that in March. Each year 2, stepsister is 1, I'm 4, aunt is 5. Holy cow. So I'm 11. Mum is 16. Stepbrother is 25th. Stepfather is 27th. I just had to double check the dates because my brain is stupid. But yeah. So we're a little bit more kind of, but there's 4 of us. The only people is stepsister is not in Feb, and brother is not in Feb, and dad is not in Feb. But like, yeah. It's a lot. Like immediate family members too. Like, holy Jesus. Happy 4th birthday. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure Mum saw that. I'm sure you saw it on Instagram. Really rich people who commonly use metric units use units above kilo for more than computer stuff. Like instead of 6,000 kilometers, it'd be 6 megameters. Oh my god, that'd be great. Megameters. That's it. Yeah, families all over the place. Look, honestly, it might actually be better having it all over the place. February is expensive. Like, and it will be so much more so when I can actually be there and give gifts properly and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot, but it's lovely. Both Squid One, sister-in-law and bridesmaid will have the same birthday. Oh my lord. Oh boy. Oh boy. I love you too, Mum. You chose me for your mum. I could not have chosen better. Impossible to have chosen better. And this, friends and family, this is why we are trying to yeet Fia to Melbourne. Because I miss my mom. Because I miss my family. Love when you folks visit. We do. We do. Stream royalty in the house. Yep. The cause of my existence. Chatting. The soul. Make a guitar, Peter. Yep. Way to help. Yes! Follow all the things. Follow all the things. Help boost my numbers just a touch so that sponsors are more likely to even look my way. Affiliate programs when you're looking at purchasing perhaps a birthday gift for a loved one and you think they might be interested in something that I have an affiliate code for. Use it.
Fia has affiliate code. Use
Just waiting
the
for
thing.
it.
Go to link, buy your shit.
Yeah. Fuck. Interacting with posts, especially when you see that a post is like sponsored with that hashtag ad in it and stuff, drop those likes, share the posts, comment your ass off, all that kind of stuff. And things like Humble and G Round and Yes Style and all that kind of stuff. Bubble Tea Club. Like that's the way to do it. All those bits and pieces, it all goes in together to pick up some merch if you're feeling like it. If you want to rep the burb. All that stuff, like every last little thing, no matter if it's free or paid, large or small, it all adds up. It all adds up. And that's how we do full-time Fia. That's how we get to Melbourne. That's how we do all the things. And I appreciate each and every one of you for showing up and doing all the stuff you've already done and supporting me in the ways that you want and are able to do. Like, deeply, deeply appreciate. You have no, like, it's been 7 years. I have been streaming for 7 years. What? That just, and I couldn't have made it this far without all of you. I literally, like, what is a streamer without their audience? Like, they're a person with a webcam, kind of, you know what I mean? It's, yeah, 100%. You did help create me. You just try really hard not to think about that. Oh no! Hello and goodbye, stepdad. Rest well. Rest well. Hopefully we will see you soon. G-round beef, yep. Sound seconds ahead of when, uh-oh. Oops. Not a merch, yes! Get to Melbourne, that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do. We're working on it. Promise ya. Honestly, like, legitimately speaking, like, from a business perspective, Melbourne is better than Brisbane. Melbourne is where, I mean, obviously you've got things like PAX, but you've also, like, DreamHack is kicking off. DreamHack had their first one in Melbourne last year, and they're running another one this year. They have Fortress, which is like, I mean, they're opening one in Sydney as well, but Sydney is basically just because that's where people spend money. Melbourne is, like, the home of gaming in Australia. Melbourne has so many gaming, like developer grants and all this kind of stuff. So many of those companies are based in Melbourne. A lot of the PR companies have offices in Melbourne. A lot of them are in Sydney as well, but a lot of them are in Melbourne. It is a better connected city for me to grow my platform. It is that simple. It is that simple. So not only is it the best choice for me in my personal life, but it's also the best choice for me in my stream, in my career as well. So there is a business purpose for me wanting to move. Unfortunately, I don't think I can quite claim it on tax anyway, but we'll try. We'll try. Can confirm we're pretty cool. Agreed. What is a streamer without their audience? Bored, usually correct. Absolutely. 100%. Oh my goodness. Talking to themselves, just picture the Titanic old rose within 84 years. Yep. That's it. She'll do so good. Do the thing, Jazz. Yas! He will. He will, I'm sure of it.
Boogie Town.
Have I ever claimed moving packaging costs? Quite, like, possibly. I will absolutely be keeping receipts for everything. And I will be talking to my tax agent, my tax accountant, and being like, hey, so I did this. Do you reckon we could swing it? And they will tell me whether or not I will be able to. I do not file them myself for a very good reason. Tax gets complicated when you're self-employed. So yeah, no, I keep and I send on everything. So I have, a lot of you know that I have like budgeting. So it's not software because it's not really, it's a browser-based thing, but it's essentially software. It's just browser-based software. So I have, I have a thing like that, which means that I can export a list of every single transaction I have made over the course of a 12-month period because I log them all against categories in my budget and stuff. So I can export that. Anything that could be even tangentially related to stream, I put a note in it and I put stream in the note so that when it comes time to do my taxes, I can export and then filter by stream. And then it pulls all that out and I can notate all of it for my accountant and they can kind of say, yes, 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 no, what are you thinking? Yes, 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 like, and then they can claim what they believe they can get away with. And then I do that. I do whatever the ATO tells me to do. Which this year was accept money, which was weird. So that's fine. But my pay-as-you-go installments have gone up by like a lot, so that's fine. That's fine. You might be able to claim your packaging costs 1 month. I'm going to have to go, which made it not a worry at all, Mike. Enjoy the rest of your day. Saturday Mega Stream, my god, it was so long, wasn't it? So long. Sub fees. I know 100% claim WoW sub fees. 100% that's claimed. That's been claimed for years now. Damn straight. If I don't pay the sub fee, I can't earn my income. Like, that's legitimately a business expense. I've claimed expansion costs. I've claimed, yeah, also like any time I buy something to give away, I claim that because it's like literally directly a business expense. If I purchase stuff, like if I'm going to do a specific makeup look for something that's sponsored or whatever for some event, then, and I buy items, like I buy products specifically for that, I claim that. Like I claim my merch. I buy my merch, I claim it. I get it for cheaper than you guys do, because there's obviously, I pay cost for it, whereas you guys pay cost plus my cut. So, which is not big, but it's still something. So I claim that because I'm literally advertising my own products. Well, at least I try. I don't know whether it actually makes it into the thing, but I list all of that and then the accountant decides what's worthy and what's not. But yeah, no, if you are making enough money that you have to pay tax on it, because that's the thing, you've got to be earning over a certain, it's not how much you earn, it's the ratio of earning to spending. Once that, like, it's the margin of once that gets large enough, then you have to start paying tax. Before that, you can't claim anything because you're not making enough money to need to offset anything. Tax is fun. Cool, I just got a new transmog. I didn't realize that was in my bags. Alright. That is actually new transmog. I'll take it. That's not. Damn it. Alright, next one. Yes, wait, no. Yes, no. Peppers! Yep, that's it. It's only 12 hours. Mrs. Helix was doing some teaching. Her skincare stuff was classed as PPE. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. There is a chance that there is a chance that I could potentially claim some makeup for stream, but the thing is, all of the things that I have, I've had for a while, so I haven't really bought any of it while I've been profitable, per the ATO's definition, as a streamer. And because it's not like, you can claim a certain percentage of it. You can't claim the whole thing because it's also something that can be used for non-work purposes and stuff like that too. So it's like there's a complex thing to it, and I don't claim to know what that thing is. This is why I have an accountant who does it for me, because I think it's really important to get it right. And they will know better than I will, and all I do, I just data dump, and they kind of, like, I put the company that I've paid, how much I've paid, the GST, all that kind of stuff, and then I put a thing in for my own notes, like, this is what this I bought and why, and then they can determine whether or not that's a valid claim. Yeah. Do we have any more whatsits? Any more invasions I can join? Do. Last I seen where that's okay. Thank you so much. Amazing, Pyro. So, do we have a third? I might have to go AFK real quick. All right. We have space for a third. I'm going to very quickly take a bio break. Thank you again so much, Pyro, for having another one set up. After this one, maybe we all go and like trigger one, and then we just like go through the one that we each triggered and like rotate around. But I will be back shortly. BRB. Hello. Do we have a third? If not, we might go with 2. Alright, let's go with 2. Sounds like a plan. I just realized I don't have rarity turned on. Bad. That's all done. No, totally fine, Kitty. Not a worry. Not a worry. After this one, we might take a second to go and like trigger 1 each, and then like we'll have 3 like bang, bang, bang kind of thing. Would be good. That'll be good. Unless yours is already ready to go by the time we're done. Like, I'm happy to run it with you for sure. Okay. I need to be in Kitty because I'm going too slowly and I don't like it. I need to put that there, not there. Oops. Oh, battle. Spread out. Oh no! That's alright. That's why I usually go Stone Fury Cliffs. Because it's really close to the garrison. It seems to be a pretty quick one to do usually. But sometimes you need to shake it up for your insanity, right? Oh, goodness. Okay, Zam, Ali, Joe, and Barton, congratulations to all of you on your votership. Well done. Scary, should change the scenery. Totally fair. Well done, Sam. Zoom, zoom. Oh, excuse me. Oh. I can't, for God's sake. Why? What's... Oh, you're grating apples in the food processor. Breakfast, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Amazing. Thank you. That's alright. Last time you were doing it, I don't think anyone heard, so... As long as the door's closed, I think you'll be fine. The benefit of having a bunch of, like, a dressing gown and a Sylvanas cloak and shit hanging on the back of the bedroom door. It dampens some of the sound. Soundproofing, quote unquote. Yeah, that's it. Sound dampening. Just proofing some apples, just jam all the words there together. Yep, absolutely. How would you just proof an apple? I mean, Jas is rather clumsy at times. So, like, how would one just proof an apple? There's no Jas proving it's already too late for those apples. Maybe Jas has to become a doctor. Oh dear. That sounds like an awful lot of, like, university. of Apple physics. That's funny. Jazz, do you have 6 to 7 years of free time? We want to try something. God damn it. It's fine. 140 attempts. 140. We've done 15 invasions today. This is fine. This is fine. Free time in this economy. Aha! There's an iPad at Jazz. Misses success. That's great. Okay. Oh no, Bo! Oh no. Yeah. Double up dropping is like annoying as hell. So, does anyone have one queued up? If not, totally fine. I can go trigger one myself. Right, we go. So now hopefully let me do the invasion. Ah, fingers crossed, Kitty. I will wait for you. We'll see how we go. I'm cute enough to incur their wrath. So do I. So do I. But we'll see. If not, that's okay. I'll go and trigger one as well. This cookie is stuck to the plate. Like, completely, like, stuck. Like, breaking chunks off stuck. What? Sounds good, Pyro. Hello, Tobias. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah. Delicious cookie. Good to hear. Fantastic, Kitty. All right, so I'm on. That's my tune. I just had to double check the spelling again. Shoot me an invitation whenever you're ready. We can get this party started. Do we have a third? Maybe Pyro's on a tune that doesn't have one. So hard being productive sometimes. Agreed. Agreed, Joe. 100%. The end result of being productive is usually worth it, but it can be really difficult to just like switch it on, hey? Sounds good, Pyro. Sounds good. My Reagan Chicken Little One sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Oh, excuse me. Perfect. When Kitty returns, they'll be able to invite you. Actually, yeah. Thank you very much for that, Pyro. Much appreciated. I should probably turn it on. Oh. Ooh, free for all. Boom. Jump on it. Funny how we're being invaded by Shadow Rune despite me rampaging on Scatus. Well, so here's the thing. Every one of them, like there's only, I think, 6 different types of invasions. Or is it 8? I don't know. But there's not, like there might not have been one that lines up perfectly with the type of mobs you were killing. But each of them is linked to one type of invasion. Oh, excuse me. And there's always a chance that the Scatus Rampage didn't actually trigger it, but you had some animosity with the Shadow Moon prior. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's... We don't know exactly how the rest of that works, but they are linked to different things. Oh, well done, Zam. Win the free-for-all. Again, taking it out. Invasion you got was based on this. So it did. It is, but that's the thing. Like, maybe the Scatus invasion, the Scatus assault is a Shadow Moon invasion. Like, maybe that's the link. But also, maybe this invasion wasn't triggered by your Scatus assault. Like, maybe you had enough animosity from doing something prior and then you killed, like, one Shadow Moon mob somehow, somewhere, and that's what's triggered it, kind of thing. I don't understand that comment, Tobias. Where am I going? Oh, over here. It's, you did! We all did, except Zam, obviously. We all did. That's okay. SpongeBob thing. Right, it was another reference. Okay, that's fine. I don't tend to get a whole lot of pop culture references. A few here and there, but not many. Hello, Nordenheim. Welcome back. It's going, look, it's going well. I'm well. I'm good. I'm a little bit angry at RNGesus, but I'm good. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely time zone. Just hear a lightsaber sound. No, it might have been the bird screeching. Like, obscured by me talking or something like that. Maybe? Maybe that? Close enough? Jesus can be ruthless. RNGesus is a dickhead. We don't like 140 attempts at a mount that's a 1 in 50 drop. 94.09% chance of having seen it already. And yet, no joy. I did not want to spend an entire second stream doing garrison invasions, but here we are. I'm really hoping it drops in the next half hour. Because I don't want to come back here next bloody Monday. I want to move on to Rookmar. But Look. We do what we can. And we get what we're bloody given. Dear, yep, brilliant. 140, yeah, it's rough. It is, look, I mean, it's something that I say, like, a lot, because people come in with their, you know, horror stories and stuff. Everyone has their lucky mounts and their unlucky mounts. Like, for me, I've had a bunch of mounts that dropped, like, first, second, third attempt, stuff like that. It's ridiculous and amazing and wonderful. And then there are the ones like this. Then there are the ones where you're sitting at a high 90 percentile and you just, you're losing hope and faith and will to go on. But the mount exists. I have seen one drop today to the wonderful Kitty. And so I know it exists. I know it is possible. I just have to get mine. I fail 100% chances. Sometimes I don't even want to try my hand to that. That's funny. Fair. Totally fair. Ravenlord is my unluckiest and have after a decade of farming. Holy cow. See, Ravenlord for me, first try. First attempt. It was while it was current content. I was in there with a friend of mine who plays a druid. I didn't realize at the time that it was a druid only summon. I didn't know that it dropped mount. We killed it. We looted it. I went, oh, what's this? Oh, it's a mount. Cool. And my druid friend proceeded to get very angry. But yeah, it's it is what it is, hey. It is what it is. You just gotta, like, some mounts are gonna be lucky, some are really unlucky. I mean, show of hands who remembers us going for the bloody, male muncher. The male muncher was supposed to be like a 1 in 100 or something, and I think I got it on my 300 and... something? Hang on. $304, and it's a 1 in 100. So just over 3 times. So this one isn't quite as unlucky as the male muncher is yet. That was like the 97th percentile. I'm pretty sure that's my unluckiest mount to date. Like, so far, my unluckiest mount. One day I'll have to go through those, the stats for all those mounts and, like, put them somewhere. But, yeah, it's, oh boy. Carousel mount was a lucky one for me. Got Broodkeeper too. Nice. Awesome, Jas. Well done. Congratulations. Fanged horse. Yes. Failed to capture battle pair 5 to 6 times in a row. Just throwing cages increases by 25% each. Fail. Oh dear. It does, but there are other things that affect it as well. I love my friend. First try to definitely feel nostalgia about farming for mounts and transmog gear, etc. And wow, I think my WoW days are just done. Resub for 3 months recently. Only played 3 times. That's okay. That's all right. You can scratch the itch by watching others when you feel it, and then get your, like, you know, move on and do what you're interested in. Totally fine. Rivendell's just charged a first run. 209 attempts it took me. Got my one to my first try. Nice, Tobias. Well done. Well done. So the entire second last week before the raid was removed. Holy cow. Remember showing your friend Allah. I wanted it to to show her how to run the raid. It dropped for her that run. Beautiful. Beautiful. Allah was 94, I want to say. Do we have another one, or am I queuing one up myself? Exactly. That's it. No, that's it. And we'll always be here. Well, I mean, maybe we don't always play WoW. Maybe we have some other things lined up, maybe, for March, maybe, potentially. But most of the time it's going to be WoW. I think the chance resets when a pet is swapped out. My anger refuses to accept it. Does it? I didn't know that bit, but yeah, I mean, look, it would make sense. It would make sense. If you get a bunch of the pet achievements, it upgrades to 35% each time. Oh, my druid. Ah, brilliant, Pyro. That's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, if you get some of the pet battle achieves, you can get it up to it's a 30% chance, and then it increases by 35% each time. Seems like you have something special planned. I'm in negotiations for a couple of special things that I can't talk about. I love doing this to my viewers. I love doing this to chat. Build the hype, build the suspense, and then really hope it doesn't fall through. Because that's a terrible feeling. That's a terrible, horrible, bad feeling. All right. Let's grab this one. Loving that tip from Zam with the hit the reply and copy paste. Keep your fingers crossed for you. Thank you very much, Nod. Thank you very much. I have submitted a quote. I've submitted a quote, and we all know how stressful that is waiting for that reply. Yes. Right, do we have a third? Do we have somebody who would like to join us for a garrison invasion in the hopes of picking up a mount, or 2, or 4? There are 4 mounts total from garrison invasions. If you want some, come get some. 100%, oh yeah. Is it not a multiplicative 25% chance increase to 35 to 25, which is like 43%? No. No. Because when I've done it, if I'm just like, going through and doing it, it's guaranteed to catch on like the 4th go. Or whatever it happens to be. So yeah, like the first one, 30%, and then 65%. And then it should be 100% after that, shouldn't it? Math? Yeah, I think that's it. But yeah, no, it's, no. It's not multiplicative. Beautiful. There we go. What are the mounts again? Good question. I know one of them is Garn Steelmore, because that's the one I need. I don't know about the other ones. Invaders. Actually, I could just do it in the what's it in here when I get through the load screen. Crunchy. So giant cold snout, Shadowhide Pearl Tusk, which is the one that I got last week, Smoky Direwolf, and Garn Steelmore, the one we are trying to get currently. Cleft mount and a boar mount. Yes, those are the 4. Hello, Fel. Welcome back. Battle! Nice, indeed. Indeed. Just want the last one to drop. For the sake of doing garrison invasions. Kind of feels the same when you're doing like island expeditions. It's great when you start doing them like, yeah, let's get some stuff, and then it's like, oh, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to move on. Give me the thing, please, and thank you. I thought there was a Cleft Mount. Well, those are the 4 you can get from the garrison invasions. Perhaps it's from something else. There's a stable in the garrison that you can do some quest chains to unlock some mounts. Maybe it's from that you're thinking of. But the invasions, it's those 4. Fel, Erica, Zam, Tobias, and Joe, congratulations to all of you on your bonusship. Well done. Well done. And this is our final battle. I got my assists. Bloody brilliant. Oh, and I can't do anything with that one, so I'm just going to plonk down a warrior. Ah, goodness. Really tempted to grind for the Runestag mounts and druid forms. Yep. There's so many beautiful collectibles in the game. Like, so many. It's, it can be quite full on. But this is why we just kind of go for a thing at a time and do our best and see how we go. Just do our best. How does the trading post work? Good question. So, the trading post, it's a thingamajig in either Orgrimmar or Stormwind, depending on your faction. You get a, adventurer's log, adventure journal, traveler's log. It's in the adventure guide. It is the traveler's log. And you have a whole ton, a ton. You can see all of these different activities that you can do. They're kind of think of them like achievements, but they're not, they don't sit there permanently. So you can go do something, for example, let's pick one I actually tried to, so show some love to the trading post. So emote /love at the trading post merchants and their wares. So you could track that. I can't track it anymore because it's done. But you'd find a trader and /love, mannequin /love, mount and pet /love. And then it would go cha-ching and it would give you some currency. So like achievement points give you points, this gives you currency, and different tasks are worth different amounts of currency. But this is spendable, unlike achievement points. You can earn a maximum amount of 1,000 traders currency per month. It cycles on a monthly basis. You might have seen up in the corner there, ends in 1 days. So every month, say February, caring and sharing, it will rotate. This month there were some tasks that were Lovers in the Air related, Valentine's Day because it's February. In April, I imagine there will be some Noble Garden related things because April is Easter. So you go through and you don't actually have to actively do them because a lot of the tasks will just kind of happen naturally. Like you can see how many of those that I've actually done. And I didn't need to, what did I actually do? I did I did love to the dragon aspects. I harpooned a lunker with a friend. I used some snacks. I accidentally earned 5,000 gold from auction house. I did the world boss and I did 15 pet battles. I think that was it. And I think the optional week, that was already done. So yeah, I picked out a couple and I got it all done. It took me about 45 minutes all up. And that was including me reading the quest chain, the introductory quest chain aloud and stuff. It's very quick if you want to bang it out on day 1 of the month. And then you can go and spend it at the trading post. So you get your 1,000 currency. This month we got 2k because of the intro quests. But you get 1k a month. There's a merchant. And what they have for offer rotates monthly as well. Tasks rotate, the wares on offer rotate. And so you have to pick and choose what you want to buy. You can't buy everything. You pick and choose what you want to buy, and then you're done for the month. And that's the trading post. Any questions? Fantastic, Joe. Brilliant to hear. I use an activities, you get points, you collect tender, you buy rewards with tender. Yeah, it's a basic summary, yeah, for sure. Let's see. Hello Paladin, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Can I ask what is your favorite warlock style to play? So I don't main a warlock. I do have a few warlock alts. And I prefer demonology because I like having a pet. I like having something that can tank for me and stuff like that. However, it's important to note that I use an add-on called Gnome Sequencer Enhanced. So anything on my account that isn't a mage I have a 1-button macro to play it. I push it, it does something. I push it, it does the next thing in the rotation. I push it, it does the next thing. So I'm not the best. I'm the actual worst person to ask about things like playstyle and rotations, because everything other than mage for me is just mash 3. Mash 1 keybind and it happens kind of thing. So, but I like having a pet, especially when I'm trying to do things that are maybe a little bit above my level, especially while I'm leveling and stuff, because I have a pet that can tank for me. And, you know, maining a mage, having something to put between me and a mob feels good. So I like having the demons as a proper functional demon as a warlock. But yeah, that's I know it's probably not the meta or whatever. I don't really care. All my warlocks are like level 60 anyway, so yeah. Hope that helps. And I hope you're having a brilliant day, as I said. How much are mounts normally? There was 1 mount on the thing this month, and I think it was 900. But we've only had it for a month. We've only seen 1 rotation of items. So I don't know. But the mount that was up this month was 900. Whether or not that's going to be representative of it in future, we can't tell. But I already had it because it used to be a store mount. It was the Celestial Steed. If you remember that fucking horse, the first store mount they ever introduced, it was that. They've taken it out of the store, and it was on the trading post. So, I don't know if that's going to be representative of the future, but this month it was 900. You could do a boss 4 to 5 times with all your ults. You could, absolutely. Does currency reset each month? We don't know, but the consensus is no. So that if you don't want to spend all of it, like if there's nothing else there that you like, or if you don't have all of the armor types and you've bought everything that you can actually use on your singular character, that you can then save it for the next month. I believe that was, like, I don't know that they've actually said that anywhere. I haven't done too much of a deep dive into it, but I would presume that that's how it's meant to work. We'll find out next month if anyone has saved currency. I didn't save anything. I just spent the whole lot. But who knows? We'll find out. Nothing. Okay. I think I've got time for one more. I think we've got time for one more. Do we have another one queued, potentially? It's a clear explanation. Oh, you're so welcome, Lord. This is kind of what I do. Because I have a Battle.net launcher feature occasionally, we get a lot of new folk coming in because they'll go to click into the game from the launcher and they'll go, there's a person. They're live. I can ask them my question. Because maybe they can't figure it out with Google Fu because they don't know what the keywords are that they're looking for because they're a new player. So we get a lot of questions and a lot of, like, any advice for new players, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm glad that it was clear enough. Yay. I haven't been paying attention. Did you tag last battle? Oh, I said it aloud, but I didn't tag it because I am an numpty. Thank you for that. I did say it aloud, and then I didn't click the button. Good. Some players want more stuff to grind for the trading post, others want less. I just want, like, let me grind it. If I want to no life the entire month and buy everything from the trading post, let me. That's my thing. But, you know, we don't have enough information. We don't know, like they said, things may return in future months, but we don't know if they will. We don't know what will. We don't know how long until they will. And if something does return, does that mean the amount of stuff at the trading post is going to expand over time so that they can bring back old stuff and have new stuff constantly? And if it does expand, then how goddamn overwhelming is it going to be 2 years from now when a brand new player logs on and goes, holy shit, there's 10,000 tender worth of stuff to buy, but I can only get 1,000 tender. How can I, you know, like, that's shit. That's a really bad feeling. So yeah, with the information we have, I'm unhappy. However, there is a fuckload of information we don't have. So my opinion very well may change. And my opinion on things has definitely changed before. I'm human, I'm allowed to do that. As are you guys. So yeah, I'm irked, but I'm waiting to see how it actually works. 900 indeed, yeah, I had that one. Yes. I use GSE as well, got my stuff from Well Lazy Macros. Hell yeah, so do I. I mean, I think that's the only place you can get them, is it? I don't know. Wonder how traders tender we haven't spent rolls over to next month. A similar system to Endeavours and ESO then. Pretty sure in the initial details it was said tender is permanent. Perfect. Okay, I didn't see that. Thank you for the confirmation, Pyro. I think I got 125 left. You can freeze one item purchase later if you couldn't get something. Yeah, but one item. I didn't have to buy the mount, and I still have 4 also items that I couldn't buy. I get to freeze one. Good. Then that means that I have one additional thing to choose from next month where I'm going to be able to buy even less of it. That's not a good system. That does not factor in. In fact, that makes it potentially worse. Potentially worse. Like, you know, I think it was like 5,000 tender worth this month or something. I don't remember exactly, but we did the math and it was like 5,000 tender worth or something like that. So if you lock away something that's 500, so next month you've got 5,500 worth of tender to be able to buy, yet you've only got 1k to spend. I mean, fuck me, I guess. What I did was I already had the mount, thank fuck. So I didn't buy that. I bought the pet because I want, like, mounts and pets are kind of my thing. And then I went to the cheapest because it was sorted from most expensive to cheapest. I went down the bottom and I bought my way up because as a collector, percentage is what counts. It doesn't matter how much it costs. If I was able to buy 7 out of 10 items because I worked from the bottom, rather than being able to buy 4 out of 10 items because I bought the most expensive, 7 out of 10 is better than 4 out of 10. So that's how I did it. But who knows what I'll be able to do next month. Maybe there'll be a mount that I don't have and a pet that I don't have and I can't buy both. You know, fuck me, I guess. I just don't think it's a good system. The way that it currently appears to be. But that's my opinion, and y'all are welcome to your own. Blue Post carries over month to month. Perfect. Thank you for confirmation. 950 currency trades are brilliant. Yeah, something I couldn't afford this one. Things and the traders currency. It's in here. Shift to J is the default thing, but it's also your what's it called? Adventure guide down the bottom here. Adventure guide. And it's the first tab, Traveler's Log. It's all in there. If you do the introductory quests, it shows you where all that information is. If you do those quests, it'll tell you how the whole damn thing works. I had to freeze something I'm gonna get soon. Maybe in an experimental phase right now. Maybe some things will change. Absolutely, which is why I'm saying, as it stands at the moment, I dislike it. However, we don't have enough information on how it's gonna work month to month to month to month to month. And, like, you know, and I said, you know, my opinion may change. We'll just have to wait and see how it goes. Just have to see how it goes. Go to the adventure journal. Doesn't it just freeze the slot of the item so you get one less new item? I don't believe so. Where have you seen that information, Jay? Is that an assumption? Or is that something that they've specifically said will happen? And then how does it pick what you don't get? If it freezes a slot, how does it pick what you don't get the next month? And you don't know what's coming in a particular slot. So what if the next month you've locked something and then you see your friend's screen and go, oi, that's beautiful. Why the hell don't I have that? And you realize it's because something you've locked. That is a worse system. Even worse. Once you hit 1,000, even you spend like 900 of it, you can't grind more. Correct. There's a cap of earnable per month, not how much you can hold. Yeah, yikes, correct. Thank you for validating my feelings. Yeah, it's, as a collector, not even as a collector, but as a completionist collector, I dislike it. I understand what they're doing, I understand what they're aiming at, and I know that I am a very, very specific case. Not everyone wants everything. Not everyone has every armor class. Not everyone collects on every armor class, even if they have every armor class. I have 60 toons spread across 13 classes. I am a niche player. I am not a common type of player. I understand that. However, the way the game has been going recently, with the ramping up of the number of collectible items that they've been adding, especially in later patches, it appeared as though Blizzard had clocked that people who raid, people who do Mythic Plus, people who PvP, they play until they get their goal. Excuse me, they play until they get their KSM or their Mythic Clear or Gladiator title, whatever their goal happens to be. They play until they get that, and then they stop. They cancel their sub, they go to a different game, and they play that for a bit until a new patch comes, and then they resub, they come back, and they do it again. They get their goal in the new season. And then they cancel their sub. Not all of them, but a lot of them. Like that is a standard playstyle, and that's valid. 100% valid and totally okay. Collectors don't do that. Collectors stay subbed because they do the current content and then they go backwards. And they go and clean up all the things that they've missed from prior expansions, prior patches, and they collect and they aim to get more. And so Blizzard went, and released fucking Zereth Mortars, where there were like 20-something mounts, 20-something pets, hundreds of pieces of transmog in 7 different colors each. It was like, and Korthia was not much better. Korthia was quite heavy on the collectibles as well. They went all in on encouraging their collectors to stay subbed and to get all the stuff. And now they've got the trading post where it's like, yeah, collectors, come and collect more shiny new things that you can only get with this new system. Also, you can only pick half of them. Thank you so kindly. Thank you so kindly. I hate it. Look, I do not often come across something in WoW that I dislike. And I mean, like, I have been accused of being like, you know when there are people who like fan so hard with like they love something so much that they are incapable of seeing faults, and they defend any mistake that developers make and like I know I've been accused of doing that countless times, because every time there's something people don't like, I say, well, this is how I see it. It's because it makes this kind of business sense, and they're doing it because it encourages that play style and blah, blah, blah. But that's because that's how my mind operates, and that's where I go. This right here, the trading post, is proof that I don't love everything. And I will absolutely vocalize if I believe something is trash. View-on is pretty correct, to be honest. We should be given an option to grind it all each month. I would like that. I don't need to, like, maybe grinding it all up, like filling out the whole thing and having 10,000 tender and not having to do anything for 3 months except log in and spend it. That's a bit silly. But maybe, like, I don't know, like make it so that we can only carry 1,000. And then you grind it up and you buy it, and then you can grind, or something like that way you can't carry over too much from month to month or something. Like there are ways to do it that still encourage people to log in and play, because that's the whole point of the trading post, is come and play the game and we'll give you shit for doing so. Like that's literally it. And I think there are ways to do it that will encourage that play without making people feel like they have to do it, whilst also allowing people who are completionists to do a clean sweep. Hello, Johnson. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well today. From what I read, we get at least 1,500 a month, maybe more, 1K from the quest, and 500 for logging in each month. No. So the reason we got 2,000 in February is because we got 1,000 from the intro quests. The introductory, the one-off, here's how it works quests, those ones gave you 1K. You get 500 for logging in. It's just sitting in the chest on the first of the month. You go click it, bam, 500. And then you can earn 500 from doing your journal stuff for a total of 1K. This month we got 2K because it was 1K from the one-off, 500 from the chest, 500 from the tasks. Next month, there's no more one-off quests, so it's just 500 from the chest and 500 from the tasks. I am going to verify those numbers, though, just because that's the right thing to do. Complete activities to fill the bar at the top of the Traveler's Log found in the Adventure Guide, Shift J, and you'll receive this month's bonus reward, Ashadar, Harbinger of Dawn and Mount. At the first of each month, players with an active account in good standing will receive 500 Trader's Tender automatically every month from a chest called the Collector's Cache. If you don't have active game time on your account or aren't a subscriber at the start of a new month, don't worry. Your tender will be awarded on the first day of the month when you do have game time or an active subscription. This will be the same amount for everyone, regardless of how you pay for your game time. So that means that if you don't have an active sub on the 1st of March and you resub on the 18th, then you'll get your 500 on the 18th from the cache. No stress. The Traveler's Log. Complete monthly activities listed in the new Traveler's Log. Each month features a rotating themed set of activities. These activities provide the opportunity to earn up to 500 additional Trader's Tender. There's only a set amount of tender you can earn each month through completing activities, so you won't need to complete all the ones in the log each month. You'll be able to pick and choose from a variety of fun in-game activities to easily earn tender. Players can choose to earn by continuing to play the game as they already do, such as completing quests, competing in battlegrounds, participating in holiday activities, and even running Mythic Plus dungeons. But you can also choose to take part in activities uniquely designed for the month. That's it. As a way of saying thank you to the community for continuing to play World of Warcraft with us, we will be awarding a bonus 500 Trader's Tender to players who purchase Dragonflight and add it to their account. This bonus Trader's Tender will also be rewarded retroactively to players who have already purchased Dragonflight. Players can collect this bonus Trader's Tender once the trading post feature goes live from their collector's cache. So I apologize, I did misspeak. It wasn't 1,000 from the intro quests. I lied. 500 for having Dragonflight, 500, and that's a one-off. 500 for the intro quests, a one-off, meaning we have a one-off 1k total for the month of Feb. 500 for having an active sub, 500 for Traveler's Log. And that 1k is repeatable month to month, so we get 1,000 per month. 500 automatic, 500 earned. What was that? Let me just check. Matafun, thank you so much for your primary sub. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well today. Doesn't freeze the slot, just the item you choose. Freezing has its own slot. Hello, Daz. Welcome back. Freeze the item. Collector, I want all the things. Blizzard, here's a lot of new things to collect. Collector, how dare you? Yep. Look, it says freezing shattered voids. Huh? Got one ready. Yeah, unfortunately, I talked too much. I'm sorry. Well, next week, because it didn't bloody drop. It was just unavailable old store items in the trading post. I guess there's a limit and will rotate fairly regularly. Yeah, that's the problem. So how do I know? Like, if it is rotating and some things, it's there for the last time, how do I know I should prioritize that item? Is it going to have a special flag that says, no, not returning? Do you know, that's... If it's retired completely from the trading post, do they stick it in the store? To be like, because that was another thing people were saying, like, once February's over, will the Celestial Steed go back into the store? And personally, I'd be okay with that, because that way you've still got a way to collect it. You just don't get it for free, unless of course you buy WoW tokens with your in-game gold and then use that BattleNet currency to. But anyway, yeah, it's complicated. Not even half, more like 30% if you buy them out. Not even 30%. Yeah, not even. I just hope it doesn't take a monetized turn. New World and MMO introduce a battle pass premium system with like the trading post. Yeah, Look, I personally don't see it taking a monetized turn. Only because, like, you get your half of your tender comes from having a sub. So that's the way that they've already monetized it. If you don't have an active sub, you can still earn the other 500 by going and doing old world activities. Winning pet battles, you don't need Dragonflight to win 15 pet battles, right? So you can still get the Trader's Tender without a sub. Like if you're only paying, like, you can't play without a sub though. How do you log in without an active sub? Like, that's confusing wording. I was thinking without Dragonflight. That was my brain was like, you have an active sub, you're just playing up to Shadowlands, but that's not. Anyway, but yeah, that's like, I think the big difference with WoW is that there is a subscription fee. A lot of other MMOs that have monetization like that with like a monthly battle pass that you buy and things like that, that's their way of having a sub. Like there's a premium and a free to play kind of version, but look, I don't see it happening, but I mean, never say never, right? Comparatively to other MMOs that I've seen and have been shown to me, Blizzard seems to be pretty okay with their monetization. Like it's all purely cosmetics and it's not like, or like services, like moving a character from realm to realm, that kind of thing. A lot of stuff. Yeah, like you, and they don't push it. The shop is in game, like you can open up the shop, but it's not like when you log in, it doesn't go, hi, hello, want to buy something today? Like it doesn't push it. It's just there and like, if you look for it, you can find it kind of thing. Anyway, look, everyone's gonna have a different opinion on that, and that's mine. Cheapest is WoW's Battle Pass. Difference is we already pay the sub fee, no free premium track, that's it. Wouldn't be surprised they add a premium track to the trading post. In-game stores already expensive AF for basic functions. One keep a month is correct, 500 from the track, 500 logging in, 500 bonus track, 500 buying trading flight. Bonus quests, not bonus track. Like the one-off intro quest, yeah. Hope you're ready for March. I mean, it took me 45 minutes to blitz through the trading post for February, so like March will be fine. It is not difficult to complete the trading post at all. So there's no being ready for it. You just play the game. My Zebra band, imagine it'll go into rotation. It was stated these mounts will no longer be available in the store. This doesn't like to say things, and people say, but you said. They don't say we just see it in game. People say they didn't say that officially anyway. Yeah. You can't believe this. Yeah, that was yeah, confused myself, but that's alright. Account drops back to a trial account. They don't get access to much. Monetize transmogs flop super hard. Silly frost helm and the red helm. Mounts in the store. Fix and the lag. Don't think they'll go hard. Agreed. Think they'll keep it as a sub encouraging system. Yeah. Like log in, play the game, get free shit. Yeah, basically. Some of the things that earn you tender while on a trial account if you have a friend or an alt account with a sub. Shop isn't that bad. I just think changing name and race should be cheaper. It's easy to level up, but just making a character isn't that big a deal. Yeah, I don't reckon. Like it's the whole like time is money. Either you put the time in and do the thing, or you put the money in and do the thing. Like, you know, boosts and paying for boosts and stuff like that. Like depending on what you do as a job. Like level 60 boost is 80 Australian dollars, right? How many hours at your job? Don't tell me. I don't want to know what you earn. That's personal information. But like thinking about it, what's your hourly rate in pocket at work? Not like ignore tax and super. When you get your money in your account from your job, how many hours do you have to work to pay for a boost? How many hours does it take you to level a character to 60? Some people have more money than they have time. Some people work a full-time job, they have a spouse, they have children, and they get like 4 hours a week to play with their buddies. They don't have time to level shit up. They want to get there and they want to get in and play with their buddies at max level. And they have the cash for it, so bloody oath, do the thing. I love leveling, like I enjoy leveling. I also play a ridiculous amount because it's my job. But for others, I 100% recognize that that's not the case for them. And so having this kind of stuff and having that, being able to choose, like, how that works, it makes sense. It makes sense. If it's too expensive for an individual person, like, you know, you may say, like, that's a silly price, I would never pay that. Perfect, don't. Like, literally, that's good. I'm glad that you've made the decision that this is not worth the money to me. I am not going to make this purchase. Someone else is definitely valid also though in saying, this is worth it. I am going to make this purchase. It really just depends on your values, your spare cash, your disposable income, the time you have available, and what's important to you. Like, and that's gonna be different for everyone. And that's valid. You guessed it. That's right. Good job. Generation bonuses felt more impactful. It's worth sticking to a character. They used to be, and it wasn't like, I don't know. It's interesting. 0 unemployed. Perfectly fine. Enjoy leveling, not a costless activity. Exactly. That's right, Sync. Please refer my 60 fucking tunes. I like to level because it gives you something to do when waiting for new content. Absolutely. Great way to think about it. If you earn a fair bit, don't have much time to game, understand the purchase. That's it, right? That's it. It's not worth it to me. It's not worth it to me. Not just because of the cash, but also, and this is a weird way of thinking to some people, if I boost a tune, that's one less slot I have that I can level. I had a fuckload of boosts on my account because I had them from all these different expansions and I'd never used any of them. And so when they gave us the 10 extra character slots in the pre-patch, I used them because I'm like, let's get rid of them off the account. Let's just do it. And I did it. And I mean, I'd leveled 50 tunes at that point, so I was ready to be done. Zem, Erica, and Nomadic, congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. We're done. We're finished. This has been really good chat though. Like, this has been an awesome chat. Buying an awesome fly mount feels better than buying a boost to me. Valid. Totally fair. 50-60, Zem. Yeah. I find leveling a good way to target missing transmog in quest zones too. 100% EXO. Absolutely. Also, what is your opinion on potential Belf or Nightborn druids? Should they be a thing? Sure. The race may not have the affinity with the nature magic like some of the other races do. They may not have had like the history behind the lore behind the race and stuff. But the thing is, how goddamn long have we been fighting side by side by now? How many new humans, well, not necessarily humans, like new babies, how many babies have been born, grown up and had their own babies in the time that we've been fighting alongside all these other classes? Like, what if Grandpa's best friend, like you're a tiny little baby blood elf and Grandpa's best mate was a druid and you want to grow up to be just like them? Why not? You gotta train, and because the race doesn't have that affinity through like the connection with the earth, you gotta train maybe harder. But I don't see why they shouldn't. If that's something that they are truly, truly, deeply passionate about, they should be given the chance to learn how to channel those magics and listen to Azeroth and you know, do that thing. From a development perspective, it's going to take a while before we get them. Paladins and druids are going to be the last ones we see. We've already got rogues, mages, and priests that are available across all classes. Paladins and druids will be the last ones we see because racials. Paladins have their the zoom where they go boomf onto a mountain, go run, and then boomf, and they run and they're walking again. And that spell, and plus the actual mount they get, a racial paladin mount, they're different race to race. A druid, a troll has a different one to an orc, has a different one to a blood elf, has a different one to a human kind of thing. I know that they're, anyway, but like that's so they need to generate that art. There's probably already existing wireframes for those and existing animations, but they've got to make sure that their new designs work on those wireframes and work on the animations before they can push those public. Druids need goddamn forms. They need a ground mount, flying mount, aquatic, cat, tree, boomy, and bear for every goddamn race. And if they brought out a blood elf druid and you transformed and it looked identical to a night elf form, folks would riot. So that is a big one. They get, like, again, wireframes are probably existing and probably maybe need just a little bit of tweaking, but the art and the animations and all that kind of stuff, they need to generate that from essentially scratch. So those will take the longest because they involve the most development, but we are eventually working our way to like getting everything. everything being everything, save Evokers and Drakthir. But yeah. We should update them out. Look, maybe, but there's 2 of them. There's 50/60s and there's 50/50s. So like, personally hope they do become a thing. Make me very happy. Oh, they are. They have stated that they are working on making all races available to all classes, with the exception of Drakthir and Evoker. But it's just it's a matter of how long that's going to take. And they did not commit to a time frame. Very, very smart of them to not commit to a time frame, because God knows how long it'll take. But it is something they're actively working on. Anytime someone makes an argument about why a race shouldn't be a class, I just counter with Tauren rogues. Yeah. Also, like, maybe don't be racist. Like, I understand that these are fictional races, but still. But still. Divine Steed, that's one. Thank you. True Nightborn would have amazing druid forms. You do adapted runesabers, runesake. That literally it. Yep, that's it. That's it. Only combo that shouldn't exist is Goblin Shaman. Keep your capitalist mitts off my elementals, you shady people. Gold totems though, Sync. Golden totems. Blood Elf Druid, Phoenix Flight. Oh. I'm fine. I'm totally fine. How much does a race change? I'm gonna have to, because I've got no character slots left. I'm gonna have to shift one of my druids to Blood Elf. Probably be a Dragonhawk. It would absolutely be a Dragonhawk. Yep, for sure. Forsaken Druid. Skeletal everything. Yeah, exactly. Smart move not to give a time frame so the job isn't rushed. That's the big thing. Like, you don't want to, again, you know, bringing out a Blood Elf Druid that has Night Elf forms. No, they would be crucified. Goblins and Masters making deals. I'm sure they may find a way to deal with the elements too. Still waiting for more server merges. Dead Rum has been waiting for years now. Phoenix Fight form. Yeah, except it would absolutely be a Dragonhawk. Like, I know, but we can dream. Flame Druid controversy. Not evil Flame Druids are coming. Everything was peaceful till the Flame Druids attacked. You'd have your second account by then, Fear, don't you worry. No, we have had this discussion, Zemnest. I am miles away from a second account. For anyone who is very confused by this, I agreed one time way back when that I have one account. It is full, but I have one account. And the joke was like, second account when? And I said, okay, if I can become a full-time streamer and still have the funding, have the financial status to afford to have 2 accounts paid for with cash money, not with WoW tokens, 2 accounts paid for with cash money and not suffer financially for it, then I'll do it. I definitely do not regret this decision, but I may be getting closer to full-time income, but that's full-time income scraping by and putting like this much in savings every month and stuff like that. That is not affording a second account by a long shot. Blood Oath would have, you fucking clipped it. Of course you bloody clipped it. I forgot about that. Yep, okay. Blood Oath would have links in Dragonhawk. Yep, definitely links for cat form, 100%. You have proof you need a second account to get number 1 on DFA. I do. I need 8 accounts to get to number 1 on DFA. 8. Because the top person in the world has 8 accounts linked to 1 Battle.net account and all 8 of them are full of 70s. All 8 of them are full of 70s. But I believe a lot of that was... I have a feeling a lot of those were boosted to 60. From memory, I mean, that does not invalidate the achievement at fucking all. It is still hella impressive. Can we just say, this is not me trying to be like, oh, but they did it. No. They had quite a lot of their community, because they're a streamer, they're another content creator, and they had quite a lot of the community donate boosts. Like, donate boosts to boost a tune to 60, so they just had to get it from 60 to 70 kind of thing. And so, like, good on that community for, like, banding together and getting it done. But yeah, how hella impressive is that? I wonder what forebear form are possibly aquatic. A lot of the aquatic just seems to be like the walrus thing. So, I mean, that might just be standard across. Do you think you can make a transition to full-time streamer this year? That is a really weighted question, Sass. I don't know. I don't know. It depends a lot on sponsorships. WoW doesn't have, like, there's no expansion this year. So there's no opportunity for, like, sponsored streams linked to an expansion like I had last year, things like that. So I'm like needing to branch out a little bit in terms of that kind of stuff. It'll depend heavily on what kind of opportunities I can recognize and capture. It'll depend a lot on things like how subfests go, if there are those. Stuff like the G round, the newest affiliate thing that I've got. If people jump on that and be active, I can earn a fair bit from that. Looking at the compensation structure, it is capped. There is a certain amount that we can earn, like, per month. Well, I can earn per month, I should say like, you guys earn me by doing the reviews and stuff. If anyone doesn't know what the hell G round is, you make an account with my link. You get access to unreleased games to playtest. You play them for a bit. You leave a review. You earn points. You can spend those points on stuff, keyboards, mice, headsets, tumblers, mouse mats, that kind of like gaming shit. And for every review that you do, I get paid. Teeny tiny little bit of an amount. However, once we cross the threshold of X number of reviews, I get a bonus. This many reviews, I get paid more per review and a bigger bonus, etc., etc. So the compensation is capped, but the cap is quite high. So that will help a fuckload. If we can like get to the cap and stay there, that's going to be one hell of an injection. But it really heavily depends on what I can line up for the year. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm being positive. We're in negotiations for a couple things for March, in negotiations for a thing for April. We've launched G Round. We've got the affiliate programs going, and we just like I'm working my butt off in the behind the scenes, and I've just got to kind of hope that I'm working on the right things to get me the right kind of attention. I would say it is possible, but it is possible that I could do it this year, but it'll rely on a lot of ducks being in the right row kind of thing. Some Asmongold nonsense. Manifesting! Hell yeah! 9 account fan. That you can't have 9 accounts. It's a cap of 8 attached to a Battle.net account. Invasion Review. We're actually supposed to have wrapped up already, Kitty. I've gone like 20 minutes overtime because we're having a great conversation, but that's all right. Aquatic could be an adaptation of the Mana Worm. Ooh, that'd be cool, Tobias. Green doesn't have any tenacity, but he doesn't have to improvise. Before it's becoming a thing. Congrats, some opportunities. It is becoming a thing, you're right. And it looks so good, doesn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god. It also has the 1 and 2 release. It does, yeah, and that's... I have my eye keenly on that, don't you worry. I'm trying to figure out like what's going... Because the thing is that if they're not planning on doing any promotional work for something, I need to pitch it. I would like to do this for you, and I can connect it in with this, so we can do with that, and da-da-da-da-da, and we can do a sponsored stream and a, social post here and there, and I would like this much money for that. Do you think that's reasonable? And then they can be like, So it's all about how you pitch it. And I've never had to do that before. Any sponsorships that I've had, they've come to me and said, we want this, what's your rate? So this year is year of the pitch. I need to learn how to do that and approach them and say, hi, I want your money. This is what I can do for you. Do we have a deal? And that takes guts, and I'm not sure how many of those that I have. 8 US accounts, 8 EU accounts. Is Battle.net account across both? Interesting, I didn't know that. There for that next time. Amazing, Kitty. If you ever want to chat about diversification plans, let me know. I really enjoy it. Ooh, absolutely not. Do I have you, are we friends on Discord? I don't know if we are. Nord. No. I don't think I do. Yeet Fiat EU. Nah, I'm good. Maybe a holiday though. TwitchCon EU. Patties. I'm annoyed they removed the 1 year sub. From WoW? Oh, like the yeah. That came with the fancy shit and stuff. Yeah. I mean, I've got a 6 monthly sub set up, and that's the thing, you know, you get all the bonus with a 6 monthly sub. You get like the Lunar New Year mount and blah 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 blah. Yeah, it works. Which one? Oh, actually, I have those blocked. One moment, please. I had some abusive ones that weren't very nice. I'm gonna send you one. Give me a minute. Look. That's you. Look. Why'd you people? Basically, why'd you people? Why? I thought you could just like write. Weird. I believe that this is mine. Oh no, I sent you a whisper just fine. Maybe it's, I don't know, who knows. You just got painted. Ah, perfect. All right, let me. Amazing. For God's sake, I sent Mum a friend request. I should have told her before. I sent Mum a friend request on Discord and she's still sitting there as outgoing. Perfect. All right, done. Done. Whatever. Make the next bit first thing. Yeah. Gotcha. They do September. Like, that's a Twitch-wide, like a global thing. And then Bitfest or Subfest tends to be, like, region-specific. I'm pretty sure Australia was the test market for that. Because we've had a few, like, 3 or 4 of them now. Maybe 4, 5? And they announced in the monetization blog earlier this year that they're going to be doing regional activations. I'm fairly sure Australia was the testing ground for that, which I'm not angry at. Because it's damn good for, like, holy shit. The months that we have a Subfest, I earn enough to be full-time. To put it bluntly. But that's not, you can't get it for 1 month and then quit your job and roll off it. It doesn't work like that. It's got to be consistent. People gonna peep. Fun encounter on Discord last night. Someone had me claiming I'd won 10,000 and it was 100% real. When they have to tell you it's real? People, what a bunch of mustards. Winter Bitfest in June. I would anticipate, I'm not gonna say expect, because I don't know. It's gonna, like, who knows? Maybe they'll decide it's gonna be an annual thing rather than a 6 monthly. Maybe they'll do it, you know, I think they're still experimenting with a frequency thing. But who knows? We'll see. Fingers crossed. Bitfest is Bitfest, Subfest, whatever they end up calling it. It's a lot of fun. It feels really awkward asking people to do stuff to try to push the XP bar and stuff up, but it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Good morning, Psychic. I hope you're doing well today. You have joined us at the most inopportune moment. We are going to wrap up. I've gone like nearly half an hour over time and I need to go to bed because I've got work tomorrow. But we need to have a chat about March. Most of March is going to be back to normal. Most of March is just back to normal, which is really weird because it's been a while since we've had like one whole normal month. Except, I'm not streaming on Wednesday. I did say yesterday on stream that there was some day job things that were happening that may affect stream. I said may, it now is. It now is. It's fine, like nothing is wrong. Everything is fine. But there's a shift for this week only that is resulting in me having to work all day Wednesday and it's a very messy week. There are just a few, usually it'd be fine, but a few things have lined up in a really not great way. and I am the only person who is capable of covering this particular thing, and that it's fine, it happens. But as you guys know, I do tend to, I take a day off a month. I take one stream day off per month for like Zen purposes. I was hoping not to have it at the start of this month because I had the 17th off to go see Ed Sheeran, and then I had the 24th off as my day off to prepare for the 25th marathon. I was hoping not to have like a day off every week for 3 weeks running. That's a bit gross. It doesn't feel good to me, but it's the way it's worked out. So I've got my day off for the month on the 1st of March. But then for the rest of the month, we're back to normal schedule. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, 4 till 10 Brisbane time, Australian Eastern Standard Time. I haven't uploaded my schedule on Twitch just yet, but that is like top of the priority list. That will be happening very soon. And then, of course, making the pretty picture that goes into Discord as well. There might be a slight delay on that because of the work stuff. Like having a full-on streaming weekend followed by a full-on week of work is not good for getting stuff done in my personal life, but that's okay, we'll handle it. So Wednesday is a day off. Wednesday's a day off. Friday, we're gonna do some pet hunting because it is pet battle bonus week as of Wednesday. Sunday, transmog hunting, we're gonna finish Molten Core. And then Monday, back to Mount Fun Monday. And that's the week ahead. That's the week ahead. There's a few things that I'm still lining up for March. So when I do release the pretty picture, the schedule, and when I have the schedule on Twitch and stuff, there's a chance that will change. But that's a good thing, because change means sponsorships. And we like that, because that brings us closer to full-time fear. That's right. Yeah, get on that. Okay, so that's what we're doing. As is routine of me, that's okay, Psychic. Manic March. Your March Madness, it's all, yep, where it's happening. Rest well, you too, Dunno, you too. Nice timing's gonna miss the Wednesday stream doing a thing. No, you won't. Well, you will, but there won't be one to miss. Pet Battle bonus, that's it. USDST starts like 2 weeks from now. Oh, there you go. Hashtag full-time fear. That is what we are aiming for, and I need your help to get there. Follow me on social media. It's free. Jump on and make an account with G-Round. It's free, plus you get free games that you can play. Make sure you leave those reviews, though, because that's how we get paid. That's, like, yeah. Follow shit, play shit, it's great. Like, support me by doing stuff that is fun and free. Oh no, how horrible for you all. But the socials thing, remember that also goes for any other content creator that you enjoy. Like, following them on socials and interacting with their stuff will help them grow. Regardless of their size, it will help them grow. So if you want to see people succeed in whatever their definition of success is, then drop them all those follows. Because it's free, it's easy, and it really does help. Socials, yes! G-Round, yes! Or ground, anyway. We love it. We love it. Okay, we are doing a raid because I need to go to fucking bed. That's it. Gonna see them succeed, throw donuts at them. I mean, throwing donuts to me would also be nice because then I can do it underhand because I can catch it and then eat it. Good, we're raiding Alenia. Grab your copy paste if you don't have the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you are not a subscriber or because you have not unlocked it using your channel points, either of which are totally fine. You can still copy paste the entire message, delete the part that says Fiamma Hype, and replace it with your favorite happy celebratory emote and hit enter into Alenia's chat when we get there. Alenia is a lovely, wonderful human who's currently doing the most insane hardcore challenge yet. So that's good. Take care of yourselves. Be nice to each other. And I will see you on Friday. But join the Discord. Stop it. Join Discord. Keep an eye on it. I might have some stuff to share. All the love. Mwah. Bye, guys.